Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, October the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me in the main room. Just waiting for Torty. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. So before we get going here, so this is sort of a repeat of Monday, guys. Look at KWeb. In fact, this is even a little more dramatic. I think the most I saw KWeb up on Monday in the pre-market was 5 something. I know at one point this was up 7 or 8%. So all the China stocks, not all, but many China stocks are littered right around here. So you have API, Duo. I'm going to talk about Duo, Tiger, EM, QSG, etc. Zin, XIN. So many China stocks are moving like this. Now, will it have a fade like it did? No, not the small ones. The small ones didn't really fade that much on Monday, but a lot of the larger China stocks, probably like the Babas, they faded. We'll have to see what happens with KWeb, okay, for the balance of the day. Now, let's take a look at Joby. JOBY. Can you imagine? Now I'm looking at this float of 413 million. Can you imagine if it had a float of about 2 or 3 million? This would probably paid $100 right now. But in all seriousness, so this is the news that Toyota is going to put another $500 million investment and in 2 tranches. So let's just say now, actually, so all told, committed 894. So I think they had already committed money before this. So this is now an additional 500 million, 7-year collaboration between the two companies. So some of it's coming this year, some of it's coming next year in terms of the 500 million. Now, Joby, let's take a look at a weekly chart. Next high looking left is around 654. It did pop above 6. It got through the 200-day moving average. The issue right now on whether or not it can keep going is the float. 413 million in the float. That's a big float. I mean, it's a massive move, 22% with that float. So I have to see whether or not, I mean, it's certainly an eye-catching press release, obviously. So no point really in going over. I mean, I'll talk about a little bit about some of these China stocks, but I mean, it's just China. Okay, API is up. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about Duo because showing remarkable resiliency. Because if you remember yesterday, guys, in the room, if you were in the room, let's take a look at the right here. They announced the financing. Okay, right at 245 or so, 230 to 245. That's the 15-minute candle. It the stock was sitting at around $4, went all the way down to 235 on that financing news. But man, what a recovery. I mean, it's like shaking off the financing. Not like it was a huge amount of money and not a lot of shares issued, but excuse me. But anyway, very strong still. And it's China. So that is Duo, D-U-O. So let's take a look at, Nike. Let's take a look at Nike. So Nike got hammered down after hours. Initial pop after hours was this is an earnings play, okay? Nike released earnings. However, they didn't give any guidance. Don't believe they gave any guidance. Am I right, William? I read something this morning about it that they have earnings, of course, that came out after hours yesterday, but I don't think they put any guidance. And that's not the only reason. I mean, they missed the Q1 revenue estimates. So thank you. Yeah. So no. So that's always red flag. No guidance and delayed investor day. So if you're looking at Nike on a daily chart, the next low on a daily chart is around 80.37. But that is a big move with over a billion in the float to be down 7.5% on earnings. That is Nike. So all the euphoria back here when the old CEO was booted and a new guy came in, it's sort of muted now. So that's an earnings play. Conagra, CAG is another earnings play, and it is moving down on earnings. Another big float. Next low looking left on a daily chart is around 31.37, so it's almost there. If it takes that out, the next low is 31.19. So, it may stall at around 31 on the way down. And LW is another earnings play. Okay, so this is another earnings play down 5%. And let's take a look at where it could go on a daily chart. The next low is 61.45. So, this looks like it could be a support area right around the 61 level. If you look at a daily chart, could be a support area. All right, so that is QSG, another China play. QSG, another China play, of course, and above now, the high of this week. Yes. Now the trick is, what isn't a China play? We know Joby is not a. We know Joby is not. This is not a China play. Okay, TGL, very low float, guys. Very low float. 805,000. That's what we have anyway. Very low float. Trading higher after the company announced that it has completed its previously disclosed at the market equity offering program. So that's completed. Probably drove the stock down on that news, but yeah, $1.50. It takes out $1.50. The next high is up here at around 234. Okay, so I will stick an alert above $1.50 and see if it takes that out. And if it does, no, just because if I get the alert doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately. I want to know that if it takes that out and see how it's trading, because there's a possibility you could try to start to fill in this void here. Okay. So Joby is still sitting underneath that 6 level. Boy, I was tempted. I was tempted to take it when it got over 6, but I held off. Michael in our YouTube room. Risky on the move. Yeah. So yen is one of those China ETFs, right? YINN. Yeah. Bull, 3 times bull. So yeah. So when you look at KWEB is probably up about 6% now, right? And so this is taking let's just take a look at KWEB, probably up about 6%. Yeah, 6%. So you want a bigger bang for your buck, but remember, if it starts to fall, it's going to fall 3 times the rate that KWEB will fall. So meanwhile, I didn't mention ICCT. It is under $1, but I know some of you will look at something like this, and it is up 96%. Yes, trading higher after the company announced it agreed to divest its managed service provider division. Okay. All right, guys. I'm just kind of looking. I know QD is another China play. OCFT, is that a China play? Yes, this is a China play. Just looking to see if there's anything else that's not a top. Yeah, another China play. So Tiger, man, Tiger's been well. I mean, like most of the China stocks, Tiger has been just awesome. So I think the only one is TGL. Only two on this list right now. Joby and TGL are non-China plays. American Rebel. Let's see. AREB moving down for some reason. Not very much volume though. Only 14,000 shares have traded, down 25%. Low float. Don't see any news on it. It doesn't look like this is an earnings play. Oh, good for you, Michael. I know William was talking about Humana. Humana is getting hit here. Not sure why. Stevens downgraded Humana. Face a sharp decline in medical star ratings for 2025, braces for 2026 revenue hit. Okay, we're going far out here. So Humana is getting hit here. HUM. Not something I would typically trade just out of the price range I like, but some of you will. Don't mind. Maybe you play options in it. I'm sure it's probably optionable. So there's HUM. Okay, now there's TGL, guys. TGL, right at that 150 mark. Due to a significant decrease in high-end Medicare plans. Okay. Thank you, William. Oh, this is way different. Okay, this is very misleading, guys, in my opinion. So here's the last headline that I read. Okay, about Global TGL. It announced that it has completed its previously disclosed at the market equity. It had completed. This one says that it announced a termination. In other words, they're not raising. Well, that's how I'm reading it. They're not raising money. I mean, it's all maybe it's semantics, but because we've seen this before, companies announce a financing, then a few days later say, you know what, we're not going to do it. So when they announce the financing, the stock tanks, and then they say, you know what, we're not going to do it. Stock moves higher. So I don't know, guys. This looks a little sketchy to me. I mean, it might be just semantics, but when it says completed, that to me means that it did it. Termination means that it didn't do it. Let me read this. So initiated. All right. Well, okay. Okay. So it is sort of semantic. So I guess they did do it. Anyway, you guys in your healthcare system with the what do you call it? Co-provider, co-payment, all these different parts. I know you think we're a bunch of communists up here, but okay, guys. Joby, Joby, now over six again. So it's above that high right there, that 598 on the daily chart. Um, the next high on the weekly chart, relatively close, 653. Again, it's an eye-catching press release, no doubt about it. I just can't imagine if the float weren't 413 million, what this would be doing. I wouldn't call it free, but let's put it this way, it'll never bankrupt you. All right, guys. There's MBLY, guys. MBLY, Mobileye. Mobileye is getting hit a bit here. MBLY. Thank you, Abhishek, in our YouTube room. Oh, it's 9:16 already. So let's take a look at the sectors just very quickly. Look at Joby right back down below 6. Let me take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. The market is had a bit of a recovery. There was some news. There was some economic news at 8:30. Okay. In fact, before I take a look at the sectors, in fact, I don't know if I'll look at all the sectors. I think I really all I want to look at is XLE and see where it is. Did it close above the 200-day yesterday? But let me take a look at what's happening today with that economic calendar. So at 8:15, we had a jobs report. Okay. At 8:15, we had a jobs report number. So right here, right here. So the initial reaction was really nothing. At 9 o'clock, I don't know this guy, Hammock. This is another one of the Fed presidents. At 9 o'clock, he was speaking. So 9 o'clock, stop talking. I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. At 10:05, we've got another one of the Fed presidents, Muslim. 11 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback announcement. So we've got a bunch of the Fed guys talking today. 11 o'clock, we've got Bowman talking. And at 12:15, we've got Barkin talking. And at 2 o'clock, we've got some Treasury buyback results. So we've got a bunch of these Fed presidents talking. I don't know if Hammock is still talking. He was scheduled to talk at 9. So the next one is at 10:05. So let's take a look at XLE and see if it is still above that 200-day moving average. And yes. So yeah, with the price of oil moving higher because of what's taking place, I guess, in the Mid East, etc. So XLE now is above that 200-day moving average. It was the only major sector that was below. Take a look at XLK. I mean, the market a bit of a hit yesterday. Let's take a look at XLK. It's getting closer to that 200-day moving average, but still above it. All right, guys. Okay, FEAM, is that a China play? No. So here's a non-China play, guys. FEA. Well, again, I shouldn't disparage these. I mean, some of you love to play these sub $1 stocks, but it is a sub $1 stock. FEAM up 21%. This is the news on it. Appoints seasoned Borates executive to lead the commercial program. Thank you. Yeah, draw is so the one that I'll be interested in is going to be maybe the WCT. Draw is saying that scheduled IPO for today doesn't necessarily have to open, but it is scheduled to open. Why am I somewhat interested? It's because it's a China IPO and $4, 2 million shares. So I'm just going to type that in. Thank you, draw and China. So when it opens, if it opens today, I'll know what the structure is. What was that one yesterday? I can't remember what the one yesterday was. It was a China IPO. I don't think it triggered. So let me take a look at my price alerts. It should be at the bottom here. Was it GLG? Was it G? I don't think it was GLXG. No. Oh, I think I had this on my list because if it takes out the high up here, it is a China play, and see if it catches some interest. That's a China play. Oh, here we go. So this is undergoing a delisting, EGRX, due to non-compliance. So they are going to be delisted tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. They're going to be delisted tomorrow, EGRX. I wonder if they'll start trading on the pink sheets. Boy, there's a lot of shares to short still. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Mobileye. Let's see if Mobileye is still, yeah, Mobileye is still drifting down. So this has been Paribas, okay, has downgraded Mobileye, underperform and a target of 12. That might be the reason. However, on the first, which is yesterday, Goldman Sachs, okay, they cut their price from 24 to 20. But Goldman Sachs is still relatively bullish on Mobileye, MBLY. I will take a little bit of, I don't want to get into a big debate about our healthcare system versus your healthcare system in the US, but I'm just responding to Jackie's comment. HTLM, okay. HTLM is another China. This was yesterday. Thank you. This was yesterday. That's what you're talking about, right? So let me put a price alert right at the top. Yeah, well, you're asking me to check Futu. I mean, probably it's up like every China. Oh, it's not up. So China. So this is actually it is up. I'm sorry, it is up. I mean, it's virtually every China stock. Virtually every China stock is up. Now this is up. No, almost 10%. JP Morgan maintain with a wow. Okay. JP Morgan maintain coverage with this one. A target of 160. We're at 117 right now for FUTU. All right, guys, 9:25. So what I'm going to do now is just get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, up and running. Okay, excuse me. Okay, let's see if there's anything else sneaking in. This is sort of a top 10 list of the stocks. You can see the no, there's no link to my layout. Bezavi, I haven't you asked that question before? There's no, I don't link my layout. You know, I've got the individual scans, and you just have to load what you want. So I've got this one sharing. I'm sharing this. I'm sharing this. So again, you can just go to my homepage and pick whatever you want. Okay. You can see this one. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Halts resumes, relative strength leaders, and the upside movers versus downside movers. They're all there. In addition to some other scans that I'm sharing, but I do not have up and running. Okay, well, there's top again, China. So if you're going to trade, though some of these little guys, they don't really care that much, I suppose, about what KWeb is doing. Okay. But if you're going to trade like a BABA or some of the more expensive China stocks, I would definitely have KWeb up and running to see if it can hold. Remember what happened on Monday? You know, this is sort of very, very similar to Monday's action, but then all day Monday, or a good part of Monday anyway, you know, the China stocks faded. I think, in fact, I think on Monday, KWeb almost finished flat after being up about, 5 or 6%. Oh, I actually forgot to put in the that didn't work. What time is it now? 9:29. I got a little bit of time here. Guys, I screwed something up here. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, we've got about 4 seconds to the market to open. I think I accidentally deleted everything in the market talk. Sorry, and maybe everything else. Sorry about that. Or maybe not. Maybe not. All right, guys, we're open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Keep an eye on this K Web to see if it's this LX from yesterday. This was a big mover also yesterday, LX. So let's take a look at the market action right now. So as we start anyway, we've got a big red bar or purple bar. Sweet green, guys. Sweet green. SG. Yeah, Joby is now starting to give it up, guys. There's that LX from yesterday. Another wow, well, China. I mean, it's just China, China, China. I mean, look at my momentum scan, data, YMM, ED, EDU, LX, HKD, all China. Everything is China. No, NKLA is not China. It's actually had a, well, it's having a pop here. I don't know why. After the company announced a sale of what, two trucks? Sorry. 88. Okay, 88 Class 8 trucks. Okay, well, they sold 88 trucks. Okay, here's not a China stock. Caesar. CZR, not a China stock. Proposed offering of senior notes. That's some news. Usually it's not the greatest thing, but okay, how's Nike doing? NKE. So Nike, look at this. That had pop up to 84 and right back down to 82. You know, this is another China stock. EH, another China stock. I mean, you know, the list goes keeps well, so many of them. Well, let's see if Joby. No, it's interesting. Again, Pepe, look at this 95% in green. I'm going to check this again. I'm going to start this again. It's probably, well, it's all China. I mean, over and over and over. That, I mean, that's the reason. This is not China. Yeah. Remember all the energy plays yesterday, guys? Take a look at XLE. XLE. Let's see what it's doing pre-mark. Wow, look at this though. Actually had a bit of a drop, kind of like the SPY. Look at the SPY, XLE. XLE is still positive. And again, okay, I can see why this is green right now, 100%, because these are all these China stocks over and over and over again making new highs. LX, Tiger, NIO. And it's interesting. There's not many stocks making new lows that are meeting the filter requirements here. Wow, LX, my goodness. Resistance at 541? You mean support, Rusky, for Joby? I mean, it's over 541. So the resistance actually could be, well, it's a little bit above the VWAP now. 573 is the VWAP for Joby. So it's right at the VWAP area. Okay, so little energy play that was really big yesterday. I mean, look where it closed. It closed right at the high, EONR, as an energy play. And this looks like, again, I don't know if it's an IPO. I think somebody told me this was a SPAC that, or maybe a symbol name change. Yeah, it might be a symbol name change or a SPAC that turned into this. Anyway, the high today is up here at 225. Low float, 2.5 million in the float. Look at the volume. Right, this is amazing. I mean, with the market, I mean, the market's not down. Okay, the Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, NASDAQ down a little. Okay, so I'm not seeing any red coming through here. Even Robinhood, this week it got up to 24, so there is some room for Robinhood. Next high looking left is well, not quite a dollar away. Looking left on the daily chart. That's right, HNR acquisition. Right. Thank you for that again, Draw. I mean, you posted that yesterday. Well, Nike's been chopping around, guys. NKE's been chopping around. Earnings play obviously got hit pretty hard, down 7% right now. At one point after hours yesterday, this got down to just a little over 81. All right, Conagra, CAG, it's a big, maybe a big level here, guys. I mean, 30 might be some support around 30 for Conagra. CAG is an earnings play. Okay. All right. HIMS is HIMS, guys. HIMS is weak right now, anyway. HIMS is weak at weakening. I don't know if there's any specific news on it or just the market. I didn't see this one. It was halted earlier. ADTX was halted earlier. Okay. The halt price was 511. It only opened at 512. So let's see if it gets back over that halt price, 514. That might induce me to take this trade. I know it's a little early, actually. Well, 10 minutes in. Okay, guys, I am now watching this ADTX. So the halt was at 511. It dipped down below the halt price. I've got a price alert up here. If I take this trade, it probably is going to be really quick if it pops, is what I mean. Just waiting to see if it can take out the halt price again. So they did the reverse split today. Okay. Man, so we have 4.2 million. That does not account for the reverse split. 240,000 in the float. Good grief. Give me one moment, please. I'll load something here. Okay. HIMS, guys, HIMS, HIMS. I'm going to continue to watch this ADTX just in case it does something crazy and pops through that high. Again, if I take this trade, it's going to be probably really quick. There's no reason why this is up other than it's done a reverse split. Let's take a look at KWEB. You're talking about a short for FUTU. Let's take a look at KWEB and what is it doing. Look at this. So, very similar to Monday, guys. KWEB was way up in the pre-market, and then on Monday, it basically kind of faded most of the day. Okay. Wow, look at this now. Energy play, guys. Energy play. Um, Energy storage products, but energy play. But this is moving down. FLNC, big level for it to have taken out is that 20 level, I think anyway, psychological number. The next low is around 1787 or so. So there is room. There's a couple of dollars underneath for FLNC. And City downgrades it on guidance risk. They had a $32 price target. They've cut it to 24. So it's well below that now. Now, even the gold is gold mine. Yeah, so gold is getting hit a little bit here. I mean, it's a gold miner, 3 times leverage. I hope nobody got kicked by Joby, Jovy. Now this one is starting to fade here, guys. QFin, okay, another China stock. Obviously, a fintech in China. Okay, so QFin is starting to fade a little bit here. So a lot of shorts available for me, over 4 million at Interactive Brokers. Um, so as long as KWeb keeps moving down, my QFin. I want to see if this takes out 32 again. Okay, I'm going to put an alert around 31.94 for QFin because obviously it's got room underneath. The low yesterday was 29.73. I am not. No, I am not mute. I'm not mute. I just wanted to make sure that didn't accidentally turn off, but no, I'm not mute. So do a refresh. Okay, market is now trying to put in a bit of a pop here. Sorry, guys. I accidentally got rid of all the stuff on the economic calendar. Let me just grab it again, okay? Just give me a moment. Now I'm on mute. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So ABVX, I'm just talking about this one. This is out of France. And moving down, I'm somewhat interested in the Novavax, okay, the NVAX, holding 13, holding 13. Market is trying. There was a big bar right there, big recovery. Hey guys, Novavax is to me it's interesting. NVAX got a little bit of room to the 1340 mark. There's Novavax right there, guys. Novavax right there. NVAX. ADTX. ADTX. Oh, yeah, that's this one. Remember, I did see this, I think, in the pre-market. Oh, no, this is that one that did the reverse split. I did not see it in the pre-market. Well, thank goodness I didn't try to do something stupid on this one, ADTX. But you know what? I was waiting for that. Remember what I was doing? I was waiting for the break of 511 again, and it didn't happen. You can see, if you can see my 5-minute chart, my 15-minute chart, actually all the time frames, you'll see there's a blue line right across, and that represents a price alert that I put, and it didn't trigger. If it had triggered, that blue line would have turned green. That's what I was waiting for. And as you can see, it did not happen. Okay, not China, SPHR, not China, SPHR. All I'm doing is I'm just trying to find some non-China stocks because a lot of these China stocks are just, they're moving, but could be affected by KWEB. I'm trying to find stocks that are kind of trading on their own because of specific news that they have. Most of these China stocks are not moving because of specific news. It's just because of the overall China market. So here's Sphere, SPHR. The next high looking left is 47.50. And Wolf is putting a $60 price target on them. Novavax, guys, Novavax, NVAX. What do you guys? Somebody was talking about GCT earlier, I believe, anyway. Again, GigaCloud, not a China stock. Taking out these highs right here on the daily chart. So if you're into this one, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, almost $30. So yeah, that's and it's a for a $26 stock, that's a low float, 25 million. Another China stock. Now this one can get absolutely nuts. This Swin, SWIN. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. I think this is the one I mean. Take a look at a monthly chart. Yep. remember when this one got up to $73 or so. And I think if I back this out even more, no, that was no. I thought this even got higher. No, I guess not. So this got up to 73 odd dollars for no reason really. You guys are talking about RCAT. I see it here. RCAT. Yeah. Not China. Okay, Red Cat. Where are you out of? Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Okay, so next high looking left on the weekly chart is 349. Had earnings this last week. So a little bit of room still. Really, well, William, you know you can. They're here though. Also, okay. You don't have to rely on the email because they are here. Maybe you didn't know that. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then just click on that show more and swing picks. Swing picks as a channel, and here's the email that gets sent out. So you don't have to rely on the email. Just go to the channel. Maybe you didn't know that. Okay. Rather than our trying to figure out why you didn't get it, sometimes I think that's what I would do going forward. You probably get it. You'll probably be able to access that Sunday night because I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure it got sent out. Yeah, Joby's a dog now, guys. Man, that is just come on, Novavax, make a big move. Yeah, I have Huma on my momentum scan, HUMA, not a okay, Humacyte, not a China play. And understand, I've got nothing against the China plays, okay? The problem I've got is that they're probably all going to kind of move the same. They have no news specifically, other than the fact that the Chinese government is trying to do some propping up, I guess, encourage economic growth, etc. So that has caused the entire China market to really lift. What I rather find are stocks that are trading on their own, okay, and not beholden to necessarily a sector. So here's Huma, and EF Hutton, $25. For those of you who know why I'm doing that. Anyway, EF Hutton, $25. 642. 642 is the next high looking left for Huma. Conagra, guys, continues its move down. Now, the last time I looked at this, yeah, there I have well, there's a 200-day moving average. Wow, Conagra took that out like nothing at 31. Last time I remember, I was thinking, would that 31 hold? It took it out like nothing. This is an earnings play, CAG. Shoot, I wish I had paid a little more attention to it. Now, this could bounce here, guys. If you look at my daily chart for Conagra, CAG, you'll see a green line there. That is the 200-day moving average. So that could act as support. 29.74 is just a dime above. So will that act as support? Am I getting into ASMR now? I don't think I've seen ASMR. Or is that some kind of an acronym I'm supposed to know? See, Grumpy, I have to take you seriously, though I shouldn't. I don't know what ASMR is. Oh, I see. Okay. No, I have no idea what that is. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. All right. NVAX made a move for me. Now it's getting close to that 1340. Okay. And you can see NVX is here. If you're wondering where I saw it here. Okay. I also saw it. I have this one. I decided to open this one today. The large cap gainers from the open. And there it was right at the top. And I point this out because people ask, well, where did you see it? Well, I'm just going to say that's where I saw it. Okay, I've taken some off though, guys. Okay, because again, that 1340, right? What was it? 1345. Okay, 1345 is the next high looking left. So I've taken some off of the Novavax NVAX. Yeah, look at this SPY action, guys. Look at this SPY action. So we've gone from deep purple to the neutral to the orange. All right, give me give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, let's see now. Okay, Rusky on the Move said PayX didn't it have earnings yesterday. PayX, PAYX. No, yes, had earnings yesterday. So yeah, nice pop for PayX yesterday on earnings, and not quite a lifetime high. There's a lifetime high right up here, 141.74. Now, actually, Rusky. So that is actually yesterday. It did get up to 140, 159. So not quite a lifetime high, but basically right there. Boy, look at this. I mean, Tiger. Now, okay, WHLR. I don't think that's no. So this is another one of those crazy ones that it's one of these REITs that really, I mean, you can see what happened here. When was this? This was back early September. It went from 285. Then the next day, it got up to $38. Remember that, guys? I mean, craziness, absolute craziness. Very low float. And it's trying to do its thing again and just got halted. WHLR just got halted. WHLR just got halted. All right. Well, for me, NVAX was it wasn't a quick play because it took a while for it to really move. But once it moved, I got out most of it and I'm out now. All right, let's see where this crazy one could open. Okay, so WHLR just got halted. So my showing this for the first time today. This is time and sales. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen I'm displaying. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. And you can see the halt price is here, 944, right there, 944. Symbol is not there, but it is WHLR. This column here is trying to give you a glimpse into the future where it could potentially open. As you can see, this price doesn't remain. My guess is that it's not going to open underneath 944, but I may be wrong. This is the first halt, but we'll see. Now, GLXG just, oh, it's terrible. The spread is bad, 755, 792. This is a China play, and it's a relatively new IPO from 3 weeks ago, and it was taking out that high here, but the spread is yeah, it's too tough for me anyway. Ah, yes, HKD. Could it go back to $2,000? And if you think I'm crazy, that was so insane. $2,500, and I actually think in the pre-market it got even higher. $2,500, guys. Remember that? Remember that month? Well, that day, couple of days. This is 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yeah, 2000. Yeah, you missed a zero, John. Yeah, there are no shirts available for me right now. Okay, look what's happening now, guys. 944. That's what I thought. I mean, my guess is that it's going to pop above. The ideal situation for me, and it'd be highly risky, is that it maybe it pops above it a little bit and then drops down below it and then takes out that 944 again. That is sometimes how I will play something that has been halted, but it is very risky. Look at this SPY, guys. Wow. I mean, that's a big move. That's what I should have. The browser interface probably have a big buy button right there. Yes. All right, guys, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 20 seconds. Okay, WHLR will open in about 20 seconds. And now you can see how the bid ask is kind of stacking up a little bit above the halt price for WHLR. It's probably not going to give me what I want. And it just opened, guys. It just opened. Yeah, see what it did. Yeah, the spread is pretty. Yeah, it looks like it's going to take out $10. There you go. There's your $10 and more. Do we have 11? Do we have 11? Well, I'm drinking you right now. So should I go long? CELH. Sorry, Pepe. I know I'm poisoning my body, but I like it. It's 3308. 3308 or so is the next high looking left. My goodness, look at WHLR. I mean, oh. So, Mohammed, when you say putting caps on filters, what exactly do you mean by that? And I'm glad that the chat helped or the room helped. Look at this WHLR, guys. I mean, it's just total insanity. Well, let's take a look at the next high looking left, around 15. Do we have 12? Do we have 12? Well, guys, it's 10:15 right now, so I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on it, including, well, the scans that you can see and a couple of others, okay? So, all right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. At the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription, okay? Barry 15, that will get you 15, 1 5. LW, guys, on the move here. LW is actually making a high, and this is coming back from like an earnings play. It was down this morning in the pre-market. I'm just seeing on my Momo scan, LW down here also. So LW is actually gone positive now. So getting back to this, so you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription using that promo code. There's the get started. That's the first thing you have to do. If you do take out a subscription, runs you through your download and install, 10 short videos, okay? All the way down to here, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, the two main features of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the rooms free, okay? The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the room free. All right? Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos for you. It's all free. About 38 videos, I believe. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he created them. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. This is our user guide, great user guide. There's that getting started section. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. I'm going to talk about stock racing in a bit. Here's how you can create your own stock race. Okay, using your parameters. Price alerts. You see, I use price alerts all the time on the charts. And watch lists. I'm going over, some of these things because I think these are the popular items. Watch lists, of course, if you want to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to follow, here's how you do it. Okay, now in the guide, there's a lot more information. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. It's like any other guide out there with lots and lots of information. You don't have to learn everything. Getting started again. So in the education section, there's a getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me. Okay, Jamie sometimes listens to me. So, but before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Last, my scans. If you're looking for my scans and you clicked on my homepage link, okay, here they are. Now, I don't have a layout that I share. I prefer to do it this way because not everything in a layout is what everybody wants. Okay, so what I do is I've created a bunch of scans that I'm sharing, and that you can kind of pick and choose what you might like to see. Here are the ones that you can actually see that I'm displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders is down here. Okay. And then this one, the movers upside versus movers downside is here. Now, I do have another scan on my other monitor. Now, I'm not trying to hide it. I just don't want to overwhelm the main monitor. Okay. But here's a momentum scan and it's right here. Okay. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, a real-time alert machine. So let me explain what I mean by that. This is that momentum scan that I was showing you. So if I right click on it and click on configure, this is what the scan is looking for. And of course, you can create your own scans. Okay, these are the ones I've created and that I'm sharing. But you can of course create your own scans with your own parameters. So this is what this scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there, and they kind of claim to be scanners. No, we don't claim. We are. We're real-time alert scanners. This is what I mean. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay. We get a real time alert. So that's why we're seeing NKLA at 1020 plus 17 seconds. About 10 seconds ago, it made a new high for the day and it met all these filter requirements. Okay. So if you like the scan the way it is, great, you're going to have it. But obviously, if you don't like it the way it is, maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Maybe you want to add a filter of your own. Go ahead. Search. I click on search this time. If you want to build your own scan from scratch, here's how you can do it. So you can see right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got: the new high of the day and the new low of the day. As you can see, if I'm scrolling down, all of these icons, these are all real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling, these filters represent, or these icons represent the filters that we've got. Okay. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got and think, man, this program is way too complicated and hard. How can I possibly learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all these different filters in order to satisfy the thousands of customers we've got and all the different types of trading styles out there. So they could maybe find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Personally, I have a very simple style of trading. I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. That does not mean that what I'm not using is bad. All that means is that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. Okay, Mohammed, I see what your so that's your scan. Cool. You know what? If it works for you, fantastic. Talking to Mohammed in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, yeah, the SPY is still slightly negative, but trying. Well, actually, it might have got positive right there. It may have been positive right there, but anyway. Now, let me talk about the race here, guys, that you were saying, and the concept of racing, and why we even have racing. Why it's a pretty cool feature, I think that we do have. So, all races start from a top list window. Number one. Now, I'm running 4 minute races. I pick 4 minutes. Don't ask me why. I really don't know why. I could have picked a 5 minute race. I could have picked a 3 minute race. For whatever reason, I picked a 4 minute race. But of course, you can if you go to my homepage, go to the education section and go to the guide. There's a whole section on stock racing and how you can create your own race with your own parameters. So, what does this mean running a 4 minute race? Well, first of all, at the very top here, 4.35%. What does that mean? That means that since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, not quite 2 minutes ago, this stock has moved the most. It's moved 4%. BCAB has moved 3%, etc. Okay. And when this race is over, you'll notice that there is a top 10 list that eventually will be built out. Right now, there's only 7 here. And the top 10 list is built up of the stocks that have won the most races. So you can see that in the number one position, EONR has won 4 races, WHLR has won 3 races, etc. So what that means for you is that this creates a top 10 list for you that you can follow all day long. Now, this is a volatile list, okay? I would want to have some trading experience if you're going to take a look at a list like this because these are very volatile. Witness the WHLR that now just broke through 12, but at one point it got right back down to almost 10. So I mean, these are very volatile. Give me one moment, guys. I'm actually watching this WHLR now. See if it reclaims 12. If you have our AI, you probably know why. Yahoo, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, I've just traded some of this out too. I have no idea where this is going. So, you notice our AI had it at 1224. It actually dipped back down. And that is where I was able to take a little bit, but I've traded most of it out. I do not, I have no idea what's going to happen with this. Highly risky. Fixed eye looking left. Not that that really matters. I don't think it's not obeying any probably moving averages or anything like that. Wow. Just give me a moment, guys. Just watching it at 13. Okay. I'm just watching this at 13. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now on that. The reason I'm out of everything, I don't want to get into a halt on this one, just in case it does something crazy. Okay. So I'm out of everything on this one. And the reason, because sometimes the second halt of a stock can be, well, sometimes the second halt maybe it's okay, but I just don't want to get into a halt situation on this one. So I'm out of everything now. I may regret it, but I'm just going to try to play it safe. The next high looking left. And by the way, wow, look at this now. If I only waited like 10 seconds. 1460 is the next high if you are in this one. So you can see this, even though that looks super late, 1224 from our AI, 1371 now, it's a 10% move. And Jamie just said it's going to be him. So he must be listening to me. Jamie, I hope you took WHLR. Now look at it. It's halted. Now, I'm probably going to, let's see what happens on this halt. So let's see what happens on this halt. Now, since we added this halt resume filter several years ago, okay, what I've noticed anyway is that the first halt of a stock is usually pretty good. Pretty good meaning when it's halt. This one did not do it, ADTX, but usually the first halt is pretty good. And what do I mean by pretty good? That you'll see a halt price, and then when it resumes, it can be over the halt price and really rip again. Okay, then then the second halt can be okay. Okay, the second halt can be okay also, and in this case, it looks like it could be. It's the third halt, and again, this is not scientific. This is like, you're not going to find this anywhere, but this is just what we've kind of noticed over the several years that we've had this halt resumes filter. It's the third halt that can be the big sell-off. The second halt can be okay. I was just worried though on something like this that I just didn't want to get caught in it, and well, you know, that's it's just the way I trade. I'm not totally upset that I'm out of it, but how do I identify the previous high, Rusty? Well, I just look left on a daily chart. It's really that simple. If I don't see it on a daily chart, then I look on a weekly chart. You not have a daily chart up and running, Rusty? You should, in my opinion. If you're going to be a momentum trader, in my opinion, you should have at the very least, a daily chart up so that you can see where the next high is on a daily chart where it could stall. Because if you're a momentum trader, more than likely you're seeing stocks at the high of the day or very close to the high of the day. So the next step is, okay, where could it go until it hits the next high? Now this is really interesting, okay? Because this actually got stopped out at 11.99. That was a two. I mean, we had a stop. We had an entry at 12.24. It got down to 11.99. That was a stop. Notice we've got a re-entry price. Okay, and the re-entry happens. Notice that not every stop. Well, I had a re-entry here that would still not would have worked, but the re-entry, it only happens if a stock hits the stop price, okay, which was 11.99, and that gets halfway between the original entry, and the stop. In this case, that'd be 12.12. That's halfway between, basically, say, call that 12, call that 12.24. You can do the math. 12.12 would be halfway between, okay? That, that's how that works. Yeah, you're right. Joby is trying to come back, guys. Joby is making a high now, a market high. Okay, from 930. There's that pre-market high though, 614. 614 is there approximately is the pre-market high. Takes that out. It had an eye-catching press release this morning. Toyota investing another $500 million in a couple of tranches. So I don't know. At the end of this year, let's call it 250. I don't know what it is. I don't think they said, but let's call it 250 this year and 250 next year. And Toyota had already put in, I want to say, about 400 million before, because I think that brings it up to about 900 million that they're investing in Joby. All right. Ah, man, did you see that, guys? I mean, did you see that WHR flash down to 1268? Anyway, and again, if you're looking for a reason, don't look for a reason. There is no reason, zero reason why this is doing what it's doing, other than the fact that it's got a ridiculously low float. And for some reason, there's probably a group somewhere that says, you know what, boys, let's just pile into this one. And so it's now starting to show up in scanners. But there is no reason really. 1720 is the next high looking left. Yeah, I just don't know how many, Captain. I mean, you might be right, but I don't know how many people have shorts available for this in terms of covering. I know Interactive Broker, certainly not readily available. I'm not saying that, like people with Cobra or Centerpoint or Trade Zero, they may have shorts, but I think for the majority of us, we don't have shorts. Now I can't look at where I sold this. Okay, now I can't look because oh man. Well, you certainly are much better versed at all this than I am, Captain, in terms of that sort of structure, market mechanics. You guys should listen. Guys should read what Captain posts. He's got some excellent insights into all this sort of stuff. All right, guys. Well, listen, I was curtailed in talking about the race. I got so wrapped up in the WHLR. So there's WHLR has won 5 races. Might win another race. Okay. So what I would be doing is number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on an alert or click on a symbol. Okay. If I saw anything in here, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for you. People, I know there are a lot of people watching Joby right now. Okay. It may not win a race. It hasn't won one race. Doesn't mean it's not good to watch though, if it's in this list. Okay. Now, the other thing is you can also use anything that's here or even here that you're seeing. You can maybe use as a pullback play. I'm not a big pullback player, but here's GSIW. It won a race earlier. It's starting to move down. If you are, yeah, look at this. I mean, the VWAP is at 181. Okay, so it's right at the VWAP. If you're a VWAP type player, liking to see a stock move into the VWAP and see if that acts as support and then maybe pops off it, or maybe you have a moving average on your chart. that you like to see. Maybe it's moving into that. Maybe that's where support will be. Okay, so you can use this, to look for stocks that are maybe pulling back. Also, not just stocks at the high of the day. And also William has a lot of insight into the goings on in the market too. So I really don't have that insight into all this stuff, guys. I'm a very simple type of a trader, really. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, your question really should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes these stocks special? Like, why are they here? So if I right click on this race and one of the options is to open top list. And let me do that. Popped on my other monitor. So look at the number of stocks in this top list that probably, even if I stretched, yeah, I couldn't even fit them all on my screen. I've got a 32-inch monitor and fit them all on. But why are these stocks showing up? Now, first of all races start from a top list window. If I right click, notice the option launch real-time stock race. Okay. So before we had racing as a concept, how a person would use the top list window. Classic question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay. Well, as long as I can sort on any column header I've got up here. So I've got one of the column headers is the change from the close. So if I double left click rapidly, this is showing me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Now, based on my filter requirements. Okay. So I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum that traded and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. That's what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. And that's why I'm saying you can create your own race based on your top list parameters. So meeting all those parameters, WHLR, I haven't even seen, interesting. I have not seen MODV at all today. Wonder why. I haven't seen MODV at all today. But there it is. So interesting, information to have. If I want to see the ones that have changed the most from its opening trade of the day, okay, the change from the open. Again, if I have the column header, I can sort on it. So, interesting information to have. However, what the race does is, what if, some of you have been talking about GCT. What if here's another one. I just jumped on NNE, very popular one. We've been tracking NNE seemingly for several months now. What if NNE, for whatever reason, can't even see it now, Peloton, okay? What if Peloton, which is up now 2.9% from the open, what if for whatever reason Peloton started to move up? It's up now 5% from the open, 10%, 15%. How could you ever know that? Well, other than trying to stare at a huge list of stocks to see what stock might be moving up the list. Well, the good news is you don't have to. That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high in that top list in terms of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from the change from the open. All it cares about is what stock in that huge list of stocks has moved the most in 4 minutes. And so again, our current champion is still WHLR, moved 9% since that race started. So won another race. Okay. That's all it cares about. What stock is moving the most since the race started? So that's this race that I have. Now I am sharing two other races. I do have this other race on my other monitor. This is the large cap gainers from the open. And the big difference is in this race, as you can see some wild percentage moves. And and the reason why you won't see wild percentage moves here is because I added two filters. I right click and click on configure. Nope. Open the top list. This is now there's still a pretty big list. Not as big a list in here. Why? Because I added two filters. I added a minimum market cap, has to be at least 500 million. Not that that's a huge market cap, but for those of you who trade Apple and Microsoft, that's nothing. But I put in a minimum market cap of 500 million and also a minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, you're just not going to see usually giant percentage moves like you can see in this one here. That doesn't mean these are not worth looking at all. Okay, another top 10 list is automatically built for you. They're just going to be not. That's where I found Novavax earlier in the day. Okay, it was a nice little trade. Got in, I think, at 1308, got up to 1340. Not bad. Now it's starting to come back. But so this is another top 10 list is built for you. And if I were starting out trading, I would probably, even though this is obviously a lot more exciting, okay, but this is less volatile. And if you're new to trading, I'd probably concentrate on something like this as opposed to this, even though, the huge attraction is that, you can get some giant percentage moves, but with giant percentage moves up, you can get some even more giant percentage moves down. So that's the issue. So if I were new to trading, I would probably look at that scan or that race. Now, welcome to the room, by the way. If you're new to the trading room, we have a YouTube room going, and we also have what I call the main room. If you're new to this, welcome. This is the format, 9 a.m. to approximately 3 a.m. Eastern time that I'm live, and I'm live on the mic and sharing my screen. I say approximately. I usually take off somewhere between. Okay, guys, WCT just started to trade. $4 was the IPO. So right now it is not above that IPO price. Okay. Now this is China. And of course, the China stocks have been ferocious this week and last week. Well, I'm glad you made some money off WH. You're talking HLR, not WHLT, right? I'm talking to Houdini, starting with H. Good one. I like it. Houdini, who done it, but spelled both ways. WHO at the beginning. You get a gold star for creative pseudonym. Now let's see if this takes out that 410. This WCT. Wow, what a fast morning. Fast, fast, fast morning. Now, what I was saying before is that I say between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. I usually take off sometime between that. But William graciously, many times, will keep William in our in the main room. We'll keep the main room open till, and it's up to him, between 3:30 and 4. So even when I take off, you can still head into the main room. And this is mainly for people in YouTube because I do have to shut YouTube down completely. But you can always head over to the main room. Usually, it'll be open till about 4. Now, this is highly, highly, highly risky. Okay, this WCT. Just watching this one, see if it pops through 420. Now, what I was going to say also, guys, is that this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you have questions out there, don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. Now, when I was in the WHLR, no way I could take any um, questions, but typically that's not the case. So don't feel that you're interrupting me. You can always ask questions all day long. Okay. No idea. Is it over? I have no idea if it's going to be over for WHLR. I mean, it depends. Where's the VWAP? 1298. What did it get down to? I mean, the VWAP, maybe that holds it. More China, more China, more China. Why are RD, Urenda? More and more China, guys. Too bad it's not Andy today. No offense to you, Jamie, who will be taking over for me in a little over an hour. But if you guys show up in our YouTube room on Fridays, I call Andy Mr. China. Andy loves the China stocks, and he's just laughing now, probably for the last couple of weeks. Come on, William, take a chance. They're all junk. They're all junk. But all we try to do is get on the right side of the junk for a while and make some money. Here's another junky one. I mean, they did a reverse split. Not that I think they did anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. XNet, another China stock. So you guys are talking about NNE, and here's SMR, guys. SMR. We'll call it a companion stock. But how do you be a bag holder of junk? As long as you have a stop on it, you're out. And there's the WHLR again. Well, let's see now. Okay, I know it's crazy. I'll put a price alert at the high of the day and see if it bombs through that. Because the next high, looking left, is 17, I think something. 1717. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I got you, William. See, I'm full size all the time on my I rarely add to a position. That's just me, of course, but More China, guys. HSAI, more China. Well, they actually had some news yesterday. Okay. So they had some news, new partnership on automotive LiDAR. Is that how you pronounce it? Oh, goodness. Okay. I mean, this right now is a classic FOMO type stock, guys. The fear of missing out. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Just a little minute stretch for me. Okay, let's see now. I haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a wild and crazy one, also. Dog Z. Let me back this out on a monthly chart. I'm pretty sure this was a crazy one a while back. Maybe I'm wrong. No, look at this. Yeah, this got up to $108, got up to $132, got up to $179. That was the high, and again, for no reason. No reason. But that's what traders look at, crazy traders. That's what crazy traders, like a lot of us, that's what we look at. We look, man, remember that day? And, we're not saying it's ever going to get back up there, but when you see a giant candle like that, you sort of say to yourself, well, what if it could, get even a little bit close to that? Not close, but, start to fill in that gap a little bit. Most of these things never, ever get back up there. CCI. Well, you were in the CCI. Got a little pop, I guess. I know you love these bounces. Crown Castle, okay. A little out of my price range, but nicely done. SPY is just almost flat right now, just a little bit down from yesterday's close. The Dow is up a bit, Nas is down a bit. So right now, I mean, the market is in essence flat right now. Not a lot of movement. Well, there's been a lot of movement, but in relation to yesterday's close, there's been a lot of movement. All right, guys, about an hour I have left before I take my break. I would entertain any questions that you may have. Now, LW, I mentioned this one a little while ago. LW, wow, look at LW. So, I mean, this was negative, okay? This release earnings after hours yesterday had sort of a bit of a pop, but then the drop. And then this morning, this was negative. You know, I had this on my EGAP down list, excuse me. But look what's happened. It has really, really moved. So it's actually up 4% now. Well, John, I saw that DBRG. Look at Novavax, not in it anymore, but look at Novavax now. DBRG is in my large cap gainers from the open. So let me take a look at this one. Yeah, now that to me is could be coming into a lot of resistance. Okay, and it's got it, you know, right there. It's not that far away. 1461. The next high looking left is 1471, and then we've got 1488. So we've got, you know, between here and 15. Oh, hey, you're making me look at Futu again. Oh, I thought you meant it was popping up. Still up 5% for the day and a lofty price target put on it. $160, I think, but yeah. Okay, so you're talking about now. I personally like a big font. Now, if you now the only problem, let me duplicate this one. Okay, I don't want to. So there is no way you can change the font here. Okay, now you can take it off, use browser interface, and it'll be a smaller font like that. Okay, the problem with that is that it's not as smooth. When you see stocks moving up and down, it can be kind of herky jerky. But it's up to you. But you can see I've got a smaller font here. Nothing. I didn't. That's if you take off the browser interface. You'll see what I mean. Once it takes about 30 seconds before the race really gets running. But I think you'll see what I mean. You see, it's just not as smooth as when a stock moves up the list. It's just not as smooth. But that's up to you. But there's no option within here, you know, to change the font size. Now, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. What I don't know, but this will affect everything, but I don't know. Pepe may know. Okay. Because here's how you can change the overall font situation. Okay. If you click on tools and then options, and then where are we? Layouts. I'm sorry, connection. So you see where we have the fonts down here, okay? But I'm not 100% sure if it affects races. It'll affect everything else, but you can change your font size right here. I'm going to cancel out. Okay, so you can change your font size, you can change the font type, but I don't know if that affects the races. It certainly will affect an alert window. The reason why I don't want to do that right now is because it might mess things up for me. Okay, so I just don't want to do it right now. Otherwise, I would find out. But okay, that's what I thought. So Pepe, yeah. So Pepe says that doing that, changing the font where I was showing you in the tools options, will not change the font size here. So the only way you can do it, if you really don't want, you want a smaller font, you'd have to uncheck the use browser interface. But then you don't have, it's not as smooth looking. I'm always amazed when I see Xerox, guys. It's still around. XRX, XRX. So the next high looking left for Xerox is 1082. A little bit of room, a little bit of room. Uh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking at an email. Okay. So there's Xerox. Anyway, Xerox. Wow, look at that Novavax. I just didn't have the wherewithal to hold some. Okay, how about puke? PUK, guys. PUK. Why I kind of like it is because it's just over the whole number. You know me, I like to see these stocks now. It's right at the wow. So it's right at the VWAP and it's right at the 200-day moving average. Okay. So will the VWAP hold it? And will it get through that 200-day moving average? I mean, they're only 4 cents apart. And that's PUK, Prudential. You know, the high today was night. I mean, it could be extremely boring to take, but because it's got 1.3 million or billion in the float, but could give you a little bit of a trade here if it holds that VWAP and gets through the 200-day moving average. Doesn't appear to be really market dependent because look at the 15-minute chart. It's been basically positive. Whereas look at the SPY. The SPY, did all this because that's on a 15. So William is putting his $19.12 into Puke, saying it looks like it's valued cheaply here. And by the way, yeah, so September finished nicely positive. So the action in September definitely bucked the average trend in September. The average trend in September has been historically the worst performing month of the year, and certainly not this year. Okay. 1909. Okay. That's interesting analysis on that, William, for PUK. So again, guys, I think at 11 o'clock, what did I had to re-put this? So Treasury buyback announcement at 11 o'clock. I don't think that really did anything. Maybe it helped the market. I don't know. It is now 11:11. And also we've got Bowman talking at 11 o'clock. So I don't know what he's saying, but certainly whatever he's saying has not caused the market to drop yet. I don't know how long these guys talk. You know how long these guys normally talk for? Is it like 15 minutes, half an hour, or is it all over the place? IMAB, guys, not a China stock. Okay, so IMAB is on the run here. Big float, 81 million in the float, but IMAB is on the run here. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. Look at the volume, which is starting to really pick up. I don't know if there's any news on this one. I can't see any. Talking about IMAB. Okay, thank you, William. Talking about what Bowman is talking about building a community banking framework for the future. Unless there are questions, it shouldn't move the market. Okay. Well, I mean, as volatile as this one has been, WHLR, it's actually, it is actually settling down a little. I would love for this to do nothing for the net. Well, if you're in it, wanted to move higher for you, of course, but maybe just hang around, maybe a 1 to 150 range until sometime this afternoon. And then if it takes out this high right there, 1645, that could get a lot of people interested again. That's why I have my price alert set up there. It may happen earlier. It may never happen. Okay, guys, the DBRG. I almost bought this one. I almost just bought it, but then I remembered. Wait a minute, you got maybe some resistance between the current price and 15. So I'm backing off. I will put a price alert up in this area and see if it takes that out. If it does take that out, I have to get a monthly chart up to see where the next highs are now. Yeah, so on a monthly chart, if it took out 15, the next highs would be 1550, but way up here, 20. So yeah, it's got some potential. It does have some potential. But for me, it's got to take a look at that monthly bar, 1491. Another bar, 1482. So got a couple of areas for it to has to get through, in my opinion, before it could really start to move. And if you're in this one, John, I want it to work for you right now. Okay, guys, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm now back again. Oh, Prime Day. Okay, I don't know if I need anything, but maybe I can buy something I don't need and get it cheaper. So SAS is trying to have a bit of a comeback here, guys. SATS trying to have a bit of a comeback. Had a couple of rocky days after making these highs up here of 30, and the next day it got down to $22. That was the next day. This is Friday's action, I guess. I'm sorry, Monday's action. So Friday it got up to $30. Monday down to 22. Now, do dog treats last that long? I thought there was an expiry. Yeah, this WHLR, guys, it's still intriguing. I'm telling you, this is what I was kind of hoping for. It would just kind of, you know, bounce around this area right here. I mean, for it, this is consolidation. For this type of a stock, this is kind of consolidation. Oh man, you know, the spread, even for, the spread is not horrible for this one either. WHLR, 20 cents, 30 cents. I know that sounds like it horrible, but for a stock like this, it is not horrible. There's the high right there of the day at 1653. Okay, that was a quick pop and then a drop. Let's see if it gets back up. That's wild action. Man, oh man, that popped up to 17 something. All right, let's put that alert back up over 16 and see if it Okay, I'm sorry guys. I'm just watching this with some anticipation, that's all. I'm talking about the WHLR. Yeah, sorry guys. I really have to. I'm watching this WHLR. I want to see if it takes. Usually I put a price alert on and I forget about a stock. The problem with doing it for this one is that it could just zip right through 16 like nothing, or it may not do it. But that's why I have to kind of. I'm watching this action on the bid ask time and sales. Okay, waiting to see if it takes out 16 again. And again, you should not. This is up to you, of course. If you take a trade like this, highly, highly, highly risky. On TradeWave, is there a way to search for new buys? Well, we do have a scan, if that's what you mean, Max. So we do have a scan. You know this. Are you using the scan right now? Because oh, okay. Okay. So if you click on new, just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just watching this. If you click on new and then Market Explorer, I can't do that right now because I've got to watch this WHLR, okay? Just give me a moment, okay, Max? But if you can follow my instructions, listening to my voice, you click on new from our toolbar, click on Market Explorer, and then click on the strategies, and a box will pop up. And at the very bottom, there should be TradeWave. It should say TradeWave, and then there'll be a 5-minute TradeWave. Here, I'll quickly do it, okay? New. Can't believe it. Just give me a moment. Okay. Sorry, guys. Man, I have taken most off, okay? Most off. So all I was waiting for was this 16 break again. I had my finger on that. So that's why I couldn't do anything for you, Max. I had my finger on the submit button. Wild. Oh, I mean, I don't know where this is going now. I mean, the next high on a daily chart is 2067 or so. 1717. So you see that high has been taken out, or as we speak anyway. So, okay, Max, let me get back to you. So if you click on new from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer window, Market Explorer window. Okay, this is a window you're going to see. Right click, select strategy, click on that. Notice a box pops up, and then at the very bottom, TradeWave, and then TradeWave by 5 minutes. So this is a scan that is designed to actually show you when the buy flags come in. Okay. Hopefully you saw that. Okay, guys. Jamie, if you're listening, I hope you took some of this nonsense. And this is, of course, front and center on our AI and 40% and on a re-entry because it actually got stopped out. No way in the world should have had a stop. I mean, this is, algorithm kicked this in. An exit price at 11, stop at 11.99 with an entry at 12.24 for a stock that is that volatile. But at any rate, We had a re-entry. Now, one thing you're going to notice, Max, that I found out yesterday, when you get an alert, okay, and you might say, well, wait a minute, I didn't get a buy flag. If there was a buy flag earlier, okay, then even though you get an alert, and I'm not sure, Michael was trying to explain this to me yesterday. So you may not see a buy flag. Sorry, you may not see a buy flag, even though you have an alert if there's a previous buy flag. Now, if there's a buy flag and then a sell flag, and then you get an alert, and it's for a buy, you'll see it. If that makes sense, okay? If that makes sense. I mean, this is still in its infancy, okay? What a day. And believe it or not, I mean, I've got to bring back this WHLR. I mean, believe it or not, every time it makes these new highs. So 2067, I believe, 2050 is the next high looking left. Oh, that's right. I had an alert set for QFIN earlier in case it dropped. I was watching KWeb. And what's KWeb doing? Just like Monday, guys. Just like Monday. Big pop in the pre-market. Now, I don't know enough about the China market. It's probably closed, so that probably has a lot to do with it. But I may be wrong. I know this trades on the U.S. exchange, but anyway, same thing happened on Monday. Big pop in the pre-market, and then basically a steady drop all day. Who's your broker, Captain? That has a short for WHLR. Oh, I see. You're just pointing it out in case somebody does have shorts available for it. Okay. Well, I'll cheer you on, John, for the DBRG. Dairy Queen, guys. DQ is China stock, a little over the whole number. This China stock is not moving with the market with KWeb. So this is what you like to see. This is something that is moving counter to the market, so it's not as affected by the market. And look, man, I have no more left, but geez. I have no more left of the WHLR. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just reading a couple of internal posts. So what is the market doing? So Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little, SPY has actually gone positive. So remember all this, guys? Looked like it was going to be the end again for a while. Not even close. Really, you're interested in Levi? I've never seen that one to be such a big mover, but okay. So William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock today. Levi has earnings after hours today. Yeah, you were right about top, guys. Top, top, top. Some of you have been talking about this top for a while. And again, let's take a look on that monthly chart, and you may not believe what you're going to see. There you go. Remember this? $258. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, $250 right up here. Reminds you a little bit about like the WHLR, right? When was this? This was back not that well, a little over a year ago, say a year and 4 months ago, 5 months ago. It's all it is. I mean, just traders are looking at these crazy action that may have happened several years ago, and wondering if it can somewhat mimic it. Again, nobody thinks this is going to get back up to $250, but yeah, 7 million in the float. That's what we've got to draw. But I'm just going to kind of pause here, guys. I mean, I've made a couple of trades in the WHLR and done okay. Now, if I had held on to my original position way back at, I think I bought at 12.31 or so. Yeah. But it could have just as easily collapsed right down to 5. So there you go, John. So WHLR had four reverse splits. So in essence, this was in essence about a 1 for 2,160 reverse split over the course of this year. Just keep multiplying the 24 by 6 by 5 by 3. And that's why, when I look at a chart and I say, well, this is reverse split adjusted, when you see some of these stocks that look like they're up at $100,000, well, no, they were never there, but reverse split adjusted. But they make for awesome, awesome volatile trades if you can capture it the right way. So here's Capricorn, guys, CAPR. This is another one that just had a fantastic move from last week. I guess a week and a half ago, $5, and yesterday it got up to 18 before it fell. There's another earnings play, guys. It's just noticing on my earnings scan, Calm, CALM, another earnings play. It is barely negative now. At one point, it was down here 70, say $4. It popped up to 77, but now it's starting to fall a little bit here. Okay, and that is Calm, CALM. No, no, CAPR is not a low floater. I'm not trying to lump it in with the WHLR. It had actual news, I'm assuming. I wasn't around last week, but I'm assuming it actually had some news that caused the pop. So I do have, I wonder if I'm sharing this. Yeah, I don't have it exactly. You can take a look at the earnings play up versus earnings play down in my homepage. Okay, it's more like a compare count window. This is what I do have this though. I can give this to you if you want. This list, the reason I have earnings play up and earnings play down. Okay, right now it doesn't matter. These are the only ones that are making it into my list. But when we get into earnings season, we'll have a whole bunch up and a whole bunch down. And so what I like to do is I like to separate them so I can just see the ones, as opposed to trying to have a giant. Imagine like a giant list of stocks, and it would be even bigger than what I could fit on a monitor, to have to kind of scroll down and see what the ones at the bottom were, what the ones at the top were. So what I do is I duplicate it so I can see at a glance. I want to see the ones that are down the most or at the low of the day versus the ones that are at the high of the day, if that makes sense. Right now it doesn't matter because these are the only ones showing up. But I can give this to you if you want. Or you can have it in this format, sort of a compare count. All right, guys, it is now 11:43, so I've got another 15 minutes or so before Jamie takes over for me. You can't connect to your E-Trade account. Well, that's nothing I can really help you with, Tosh. You'll have to, when you say you cannot connect to it, are you talking about from Brokerage Plus or just in general, you cannot connect? Are you talking about using Brokerage Plus and trying to connect to E-Trade? Oops. Are you talking about this? Well, again, can you hear me? Josh, can you hear me? Are you talking about using Brokerage Plus to connect to your E-Trade account? Or are you talking just in general, you cannot connect to E-Trade? And can you hear me? So you have to explain to me what when you say how you're trying to connect. Are you trying to connect to E-Trade using Brokerage Plus? Well, yeah. Yeah, it's a little frustrating because Tosh has to answer whether or not he's trying to connect just in general to E-Trade, like to your broker account, or are you having a problem, or is he having a problem using Brokerage Plus to connect to E-Trade? I E-Trade don't give me the code. Wow, that doesn't help either. I don't know what that means. Guys, this WHLR doesn't look like it's over. I mean, it's amazing, but it doesn't look like it's over. Oh, okay. Okay. So the question really is, has it worked before for him, or is this the very first time he's tried? All right. So he sounds like he's having a problem. It's worked before. Okay. Boy, it's hard to answer or to help when people can't hear. Okay, guys, let's see. Best I can do for him. I'm William. Your puke, not too bad. Boy, top, 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 top. Look at that thing go. TXG dropping. No news yet. Okay, let's take a look at TXG and see what is happening. I do not see. You're right. I do not see any news. The only thing I saw this morning, Cowan probably putting a target at 20 on it, hold and a target of 20. So it's at 20. But that was early this morning, 8:52. I'm seeing it Eastern time. All right, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link into the main room so that you can head over and listen to Jamie. He's not there yet, but I'm just going to put the link in. So if you want to head over and listen to Jamie, well, he has his hour in YouTube taking over for me. Okay. And I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. We have different 5 days of the week, 5 different traders from Trade Ideas fill in for me, and we all have different trading styles. Jamie's style is probably a little bit more like mine. He is definitely an intraday trader, but what he does is and he doesn't, I don't know what he's doing now, I have to admit, but in general, I would call him a bit of a micro scalper. I mean, he doesn't mind trying to find stocks and make 3 or 4 or 5 cents, taking a lot of shares on some of these cheap ones. He does other things too. Don't get me wrong. Does the platform connect? Yes, it does. Okay, George. So the question was, does the platform connect to Thinkorswim or Thinkorswim or Schwab? It does connect. Connecting meaning this. Okay, that when you click on an alert, any alert or any symbol that you're seeing in Trade Ideas, it'll load into your order entry. You're trading from within TOS or Charles Schwab, okay? But which is what I do. Okay, I have Interactive Brokers, so what I do is every time I click on an alert and it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, that's where I trade it from. I don't use Brokers Plus, okay? But it's a big time saver. I mean, if you're clicking on a lot of symbols like I am all day long, it would be a real pain to have to type the symbol into the order entry. So if I see something, I'd have to type it in. So yes, you can establish a link with TOS or Schwab, so that when I click on a symbol, it loads into it'll load into the platform. Okay, you can do that. Yes, I know there's a video on how to do that. So if you're interested, I would send you to the homepage and just ask for it. I don't use them, so I can't demonstrate. So if you want, so if you go to the home page, my home page, okay, so when you click on the link, same thing, just click on the link, and when you see the help, excuse me, when you see the need help, just start the chat, okay, and say, can I have the video that shows how to link to TOS or Schwab, and they'll give you a video on it, okay? Boy, this TXG is getting pummeled here now. You would think there's more news than I mean that just check out that low there, 1940. I know, William, you're salivating right now trying to find a bounce on it. 1947. So it's at that low right there on the weekly chart. It's right at it. 1947. The next low, if it can take that out, though, 1761. All right, guys. Well, 11:55. So I better put the announcement in. Jamie sometimes shows up just a little bit early. All right. So Jamie's not there quite yet, but he will be. $3. So you would actually wait to see if it got down to $3. Okay. 10 times Genomics, a life science technology company. How can you not like a stock that is headquartered in Pleasanton, California? I heard a little pop, so I think Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'll put myself on mute right now. And now I can welcome Jamie into our YouTube room. I'm assuming that was you that popped in there, Jamie.
You would be correct, sir.
All right. So let me introduce you. Jamie at Trade Ideas will be taking over for me for about an hour. You can ask him as many questions as you want, right, Jamie?
That is correct.
Now I'll ask you the question. Did you ever take WHLR? I know you've heard me talk about it.
I did not. I was not. I've done very little in the market this morning, Barry.
Okay.
But let's see here. That one was, let's see, I want to say the Money Machine was in that one.
Well,
Yeah, it's been clobbering that one today.
Yeah, more than likely.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Without even the Money Machine, though, actually was an AI alert too.
Yep. That's true. That's true.
And the interesting thing is that now you and I would never, if you'd bought that at 12.24, okay, that was the entry in the AI, you never would have put a stop at 11.99. Not for a stock like that. But it did. So it did get actually stopped out. But based on our little re-entry, there was a re-entry price at 12.12, halfway between the stop and the original alert price. And so you could have got back in there, and well, the rest is history.
Yeah, let me go ahead and grab the screen real quick here before I forget. Okay. Yeah, and look at this beautiful little pause it took right here, right when the AI, signaled it.
Let me get your screen, see if I can see your screen. Yeah,
Yeah, right here. Beautiful.
yeah.
Beautiful
And
entry.
but it actually got stopped out. But you
Yeah,
never
yeah,
for a stock like that, you would not have put like a 20-cent stop. I mean, that's way too tight, or even 25-cent stop. Way, 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 way
yeah.
too tight. But
Mhm.
some algorithm kicked in, and that's what happened. But what I like about it is that the reentry worked out beautifully,
It sure did.
and that's what I'm going to do my
We
video
can see
on.
right there. Yep.
Okay, my friend, I'll let you go, and
Yeah, I
I'll
heard you
see you in
talking
about an
about
hour.
China Andy earlier.
Yeah. Well, isn't it amazing that it has acted just like Monday, the big pop in the pre-market for KWEB, China, and then basically fading all day.
Yep.
Now, not for the cheap ones, okay? Like you look at top, but
Mhm.
probably for the more expensive ones, that's what's happened. But some of these cheaper ones, they haven't really faded at all, and that's kind of what happened on Monday also.
Very interesting. Yeah, Andy's got to be happy. I know
Oh,
he was long.
well, and you heard me. I said, too bad it's not Andy today because Andy will be on Friday. Who knows what? Maybe China will tank on Friday, but he'd be cackling left and right today if he
Yeah, and
was in the.
look at the Yang, the 3x bear.
Yeah.
I mean, I smell a reverse split coming up pretty soon because I mean
Hmm.
this thing's already at 3. If the China market keeps
Yeah.
going, they're gonna have to pull the old reverse split to keep that one alive.
Exactly. And then look at
Hmm.
Yin, of course, which is the three-time bull.
Yep. Wait, what's the symbol?
YNN.
YNN. Yeah, I thought you said yen. And that would be YNN.
Yeah, YNN.
Y double
Y.
N.
Oh, I'm sorry. YINN. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like,
I only missed a letter. Come
yeah.
on. YINN. There you go.
Right. Very good, sir. I know you got
Yeah,
things to do, so I
I do.
will. You are allowed to leave, Barry.
Well, thank you very much.
And
Thank
we'll
you. I
see
feel like I'm
you.
in high school being granted permission by my
Principal
teacher
Hodge
to.
just gave you permission to leave.
That's right. Okay, Jamie, we'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, very good, sir. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to. I heard Barry talking about the trade wave, um, which I always forget to activate them over here on this layout. So let me just go ahead and do that real quick. There we go. So we got trade wave and go no go, my new favorite chart combination. But I heard Barry talking about the intraday version of the trade wave here, which is showing when a new buy or sell comes out. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and duplicate it into this window so we can take a peek at some of these. And let's see. Well, that is today, 10-2. Very good. All right, now let me get this muted over here. And okay, we're good to go. So welcome everybody to my desktop. Hello to all you regular attendees. And if you happen to be new to the crew, welcome. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session every Monday through Friday, 12 to 1 Eastern, while Barry takes his break. So no pre-planned content or anything, just talking shop, trading, and more importantly, trade ideas. So if you have any questions about anything uh, with the software, just use the questions panel to get them out there. I do have some basic chart reading abilities too, so if you'd also like me to take a look at any symbols, be happy to do that as well. Otherwise, welcome, and let's proceed. How's the crowd today? Yeah, decent little crowd in here. I also heard Barry talking about if a buy signal shows up over here and we don't see anything, we have to wait for the uh, previous buy to execute a sell marker, and then we'll see the new one. So let's see, this one was just before we started this session here. Looks like right there on the tiger. Not a bad little signal there. More recent one, C-Web. Buy right there and grinding up slowly. Hey, David, long time. Feels like a long time since I've seen you or heard from you, but always good. I'm doing good. Hope you are too. Hello, Martha. So yeah, the AI not having a bad performance today. Squish these up a little bit so we can take a look here. Of course, the bigger winner and or the majority of the green. And this is kind of typical, whether you're a algorithm or a AI model or a human being. We'll make two, three, four, five trades. Most of them will just be, yeah, small losers, small winners. Then you'll have your one that kind of makes your day. And definitely the WHLR Wheeler Real Estate Investment Trust. Gee, I wonder if they're in commercial retail properties, strip centers, all that good stuff. So not exactly the corporate like you hear everybody talk about in the bigger cities, New York, huge vacancies. Everybody's saying that house of cards is going to come tumbling down, and more than likely it will. But it's more about when's it going to do it, because as we know, timing is everything in just about everything. Hello to you as well, George. Yeah, David, I guess it seems longer because, back in the older times we did the webinars and we get to see everybody a lot more, but times have changed since then. But good to see you nonetheless. All right, so let's look at the SY. Yeah, a little thin on this one, but a small winner nonetheless. Got a little short in Tiger up here at 808 from the AI. Now the thing did peel off significantly, but look at our little wiggle that we would have had to sit, probably about 40 cents there before it finally did its thing there. So that was still in it. Got stops hit in fan H as well as LX. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AI trades today. Yeah, I do and I don't, kind of, David. While we're on the topic of AI, all right, as most of you know, we finally got the Money Machine new feature pushed out the door. It's available on the web version. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But I kind of wanted to compare it to the old AI, or the first AI, I should say. Holly wouldn't like me calling her old, I'm sure. Um, so just a recap here. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up a strategy window. Here's the strategy window for today for the original Holly AI. Quite a few strategies that she brought to the party today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 strategies, only 4 of which were shorts and 8 long. So that's a pretty good grouping, right? When we see this many strategies show up, it's telling us that the AI model is seeing some statistical viability out there. If it wasn't seeing as much, you wouldn't see near as many strategies. But having said that, just because the strategy makes the cut does not necessarily mean it's going to issue any trades. So only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that made the cut have issued any trades, and all of them only kicking out one, except for the breakout long, which has kicked out 3. So where I'm going with this is after the close today, the AI will incorporate all the tick data for today into the model, and it will go about back testing and optimizing its strategies, trying to find that statistical viability. And then the ones that make the cut for tomorrow, boom, we're just going to have a repeat of the process. So all the work is done with Holly and the strategies before the market ever opens. It's very similar to the way we humans go about our process, right? Scanning for whatever intraday setups, swing trades, and if this does that, then I'm going to do this or that, right? Assuming the risk is tolerable. Now, the money machine is a little bit different because it's going to be interacting with data in real time while the market is open and interacting with it. Whereas Holly brings her strategies, if everything lines up, click, we get a signal. Now let's check in on the money machine and see how it's doing. I had it running from the open. It was doing pretty good. We had a little glitch, as sometimes happens. I had to restart it. So I think I restarted it maybe 45 minutes into the open, and this is what it has produced since that point in time. Now, typically I've been running it in the change in last 30-minute period, but I wanted to see how it would perform today, change in the 15-minute period. And we can see right here, not too shabby. Give me 1 second here. Wet my whistle a little bit here. And so on change in 15 minutes, after about the first 45 minutes after the reset, not too shabby up here, up almost 4,500, up almost 2 grand down here. And of course, this is all predicated on allocating $5,000 per position. So we can't see the data here yet, but that should be coming down the pipe pretty soon. But we can see the top producers here and the worst producers from the races that have taken place thus far. And, as Barry and I were talking, WHLR, you know, just doing really well on that one. Of course, there's top as well. This also brings up another side topic. You know, throughout the previous years since the original AIs hit the scene, a high flyer like TOP or WHLR, let's say the Holly complement didn't catch it. Now, today she got one of them, the WHLR. Not too bad. But many sessions, one of the big flyers, one of the darlings of the day, the AI wouldn't catch it. And of course, we'd always get questions going, well, why wasn't Holly in this stock? This is the biggest move of the day. Well, the simple answer is, well, her strategies, none of the strategies that she brought to the session triggered for that particular stock. But what I've been noticing, and I've been testing this thing for, I don't know, I guess this is week number 8, right? Is that I can't say it's always going to be in all of the big flyers, but it's in a lot of them. It's in most of them because it's a momentum based system, right? So I'm sure many of you have already gotten the scoop here, but just in case somebody out there uh, is wondering what's going on here, and Jay, I will show you how to access the trade wave here in just a second. But what we're seeing right here, the only reason there's 3 positions here and 3 positions here is because that's what we've told it to do. I want to be in the top 3. I want to be in the top 3 down here. So the way that the risk management works is that none of these positions that are currently open will be closed out unless something better comes along. So, 5.37% in the prior 15-minute period for Duo. If something sneaks in at 5.38%, it's going to close out the Duo position and open the new position on the stock that came in with a greater percentage, right? Now it's BCAB. Something comes in greater than 4.53, it's going to close out the BCAB and replace it with a new one. So it's only going to be in 3 at a time and will not let one go unless something comes in and beats it. But down here on the races, might be a little hard to see down here. There's 4 minutes left in the race. As long as it's in the top 3, it's gonna keep that position open. If somebody came barreling up, like WHLR did, and took 3rd spot, it closes that one out, opens that one. If a stock finishes the race in the top 3, it's gonna be in the next race, and it's gonna keep going until somebody takes it out. So 2 different mechanisms of the money machine right now. But, imagine if the old AI Holly, if it was green all the time, right? Because we know that Holly, the first AI, can have really good winning days, real mediocre winning days, mediocre losing days, big losing days, and it can also go on winning streaks and losing streaks. So, that's always kind of the catch 22. I've got statistical viability on my side, but how do I know which days are going to be the most conducive, or is it going to win overall today? Is it going to lose overall today? That's always, the hard part to figure out with the previous AI. Um, but if it's green all the time, well, that's a little bit different of a story. So, as I said, about week number 8 that I've been watching this thing each and every day, typically on change in 30 minute. And if it's allowed to run uninterrupted, it typically comes out green. Some days are bigger than others, but it's a pretty impressive system that the boys have put together here. So just came out, and we will see what happens as we unroll more data, being able to see the trade data, the entries, the exits, and hopefully in the not too distant future, maybe some automation coming in there, but we will see. All right, so now on to TradeWave. Okay, Jay, so do you currently have a chart up and running? If you do, all you need to do is come over here and click on the FX thing, right? The little FX icon in one of your charts and select TradeWave. Give me 1 second here while I check something out. I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. So let me know if that works, Jay. Okay, so if you right click on your chart and you come down here, are you on use browser interface? Because see, if I take it away, it goes away. Put it back on use browser interface. I have the FX. I can select it and click on TradeWave. Oh, and the money machine just had a glitch. Okay. Let me do something real quick here. One more reset. Okay, Jay, great, great. Excelente. Let's see, a couple more have squeezed in here. Since we looked at the C-Web, so the LPLA, that was a few minutes ago. But as we can see here, trying to grind up and work. BEKE, not a bad little buy signal there as well. Becky, what was that? 24.21. So slightly in the money there. LPLA, bigger price stock to 27.89. Down just a smidge in that one because it right here at the top of the candle. What type of subscription do you have there, Innovative? Are you standard or premium? Hmm. Okay. In the E window, but don't have any indicators on the chart. Okay, so innovative. If you right click here, do you have use browser interface checked? No, it should be just in any chart. So for example, I got my daily up here, my weekly, and my intraday, right? But you have to be using the browser interface. So first, right click and come down here and make sure use browser interface is checked, because watch what happens if I remove it. All this goes away. There's no FX. So I right click and I say use browser interface. Then I have the FX icon. Now over here, this little arrow, this is going to display all this information. But if we close it, you should still be able to see the FX icon. So innovative. Are you in the downloadable client, or are you talking about, because we have them on both um, interfaces here. If you're on the dashboards, you click this little guy, right? And you got TradeWave. So it's this little icon right next to the time frame. It'll give you a TradeWave on the dashboard charts. But if you're in the downloadable client, if you right click and make sure you're on use browser interface, then you should see the FX icon right there. So any luck there? One second here, ladies and gents. Okay, well, I thought that might have been somebody responding to this topic, but apparently not. Okay, beats and builds. Let's try something here. Just, pull up your TI toolbar. Let's click on new. Oops. One moment. Let's click on new. I want you to spawn a new chart window. Once you spawn that new chart, let's right click. Let's make sure you're on use browser interface. And tell me if once you spawned a new chart and use browser interface is active with the check mark by it, now do you see the FX? Ah, thank you. Mental lapse in my brain there. Thank you, Peppy. That would be the answer if you are not on the latest beta. So if you're at the Trade Ideas website and you click download, then if you're on 5688, then as long as you download the latest beta, you're good to go. Thank you, Peppy. I guess my brain's getting old along with the rest of me. And to check and see, it's real easy just to click on help and about. And if you're still on 8.8, go get that beta and that should fix it for you. That is correct. Don't worry, it's relatively painless. You just download it. You don't have to uninstall. Just shut down TI before you install the beta. Install it. Everything should come back up just like you left it, but you will then have access to TradeWave. And it's no surprise to see WHLR on both of these other tree maps. One is relative strength. Second is the one of my favorite top list slash tree maps, Dawn of the Dead, which Mr. Andy Lindelof created, man, probably 7 or 8 years ago. And it just goes along with the zombie theme, right? These are stocks that have really been punished or beaten down. We can see WHLR here on the weekly, at lofty levels. As Barry was talking about earlier, it wasn't really up there. There's been a lot of reverse splits and whatnot. But down here, just stumbling around like a zombie on the weekly, looking really dead, and then all of a sudden comes to life for whatever reason, news, blah, blah, blah. And then you get moves like this. Now, in addition to it being a really sleepy stock because of all the reverse splitting and whatnot, look at this float right here. I had to take a double take. I'm like 188,000 shares, and the thing's traded almost 17 million shares today. I mean, that float has flipped a gazillion times, it seems. But this is what happens when volume comes into this is definitely what we would call a micro float. I mean, seeing as how low float is 20 million or less, and we got not even 200,000 shares in the float. Sounds good. Beats and builds. That should fix you up. Okay. As you know, we were talking about the money machine earlier. It just got released. We're still, things are going to happen. We're going to iron some more kinks out of it. It's running pretty stable, but I did have a reset just since the time that I showed you guys the prior results, right? Up 2 or 3 grand up here, up a couple grand down here. Now, since I've reset it, I put it back to the old standby, change in 30 minutes. And it really doesn't take it that long to find some purchase, right? Since it was just 5 or 10 minutes ago, maybe 10, maybe even 15 minutes ago that I reset it. And, we can see here are all the things that are moving. Let's go ahead and put this on the 30-minute time frame here. And boy, look at that. You know, big pullback. And that is let's see, we finally got some buttons here. Of course, I'm going the wrong way, but these are recent additions. There we go. Big pre-market, big pre-market activity, and now starting to nibble on it as it comes down to these levels. Interesting thing about the money machine in these velocity plays or these momentum plays, we could call it. Um, you know, being an old dude in the business and, having your preferred setups, whatever, a lot of these things I would look at them and go, there's no way that I would buy this thing after that big 30-minute candle. It's gonna pull back on me. But, the old saying, an object in motion tends to stay in motion, right? So it's really targeting the things that are having the most momentum in whatever time frame you select, and it's really uncanny how they keep going. It makes me think of people that try to fade, say, positive VWAP divergence of 3%, or hey, this is up 3 standard deviations, it's got to come back down 4 standard, whatever the extension is. And they all look beautiful in hindsight, but how do you know when to short them? So playing that game, fading those big movers, it's just the same as trying to pick bottoms or catch those knives. It looks real pretty in retrospect, but trying to do it is a whole other issue, right? Going with the momentum is typically the path of least resistance, but we're not really wired for that. I think I heard Michael Noss talking about that yesterday or the day before, is that we're just typically not wired for trading, which is why trading isn't easy, right? No matter which aspect you're trying to engage in, what time frame, intraday, weekly, daily, monthly, trading's not easy. So it takes a lot of repetition, and the money machine has helped open my eyes to potentially a new way to do it, and not replacing what I'm currently doing, but just another arrow in my quiver, so to speak. All right, we'll check back in. So let's just take note. 330, 30 bucks up top, 300 below. Check back in a little bit. Okay, in the meantime, we've got a couple of signals squeak through for TradeWave. All right, that was 11:25. Okay, as Barry was saying, I kind of thought since we'd had a sell signal, we should see a buy here. Let's check the 5-minute. Okay, I'm seeing it on the 5. That's because I had mine on 3, but we're looking at the TradeWave by 5 minutes. So there's the buy arrow. Let's see the JD. Buy right here, just kind of moving sideways. But we were purple. Purple's indicative of down. Now we're starting to see the transition and nice sideways movement, right? So if the bottom of this small range, we'll just call it 44, the top's 44.40, or we could just say 50 cents just to be safe, right? 44, 44.50, all right? So relatively speaking, not a bad entry here. You want to risk 50 bucks on this trade and hope that it wants to go back to its home of VWAP up here at 45.10. You can go ahead and get long right here, 44.25, 44.23. You can risk the bottom of this range right here. Now, if I was going to take this trade, say I buy 100 shares at 44.25, I'd probably put my stop at 30 or 43.99, which is below the base here. We're looking at 44.11, 44.10 right here. It'd have to break that little range right there and go on down and stop me out, but I'd only be risking 24 bucks, $25 at this point in time, right? Setting my stop at 43.99 and buying right here. 25 cents, be 25 bucks on 100. But if it goes, and these bars transitioning from purple to the light purple are telling me that the momentum should be changing. Then all of a sudden, if we get a blue candle here, that's really good. But we'd be risking a quarter at 44.25. But if it goes back to its home, we're looking at making 75, 80 cents, which is a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio here. Risking a quarter to hopefully make 75 cents. If this thing transitions to blue, and then wants to go visit its home up here at VWAP, which is highly possible. So just a nice, easy setup here on a stock going sideways where the buyers and sellers are equal. Got the transitioning bars. Buy it at 25, put the stop in 43.99 and see what happens. Matter of fact, just for documentation purposes here, let me go ahead and fire up Brokerage Plus. We're just going to make that trade right now. In demo mode, of course. So we'll go, all right, I'll buy 1,000 JD here. And we dallied around and now we're in at 44.30 when we could have had 25. So let's see what happens. I'm going to practice what I preach as well. I'm going to add that stop at 43.99. And now we can see my stop level in here. And we'll see what happens. this is what we're hoping for right here. This looks very similar to the JD setup, right? We had purple, then we eased into light purple, and now it's broken out of that little range. Of course, the buy signal was a little bit later here, but imagine if we had the signal here and he wants to go back to VWAP. So hopefully JD will follow suit. In this one, if I was to take here at 66.72, that's about a 70-cent risk there. That'd be more like a 1-to-1. Not, it's okay, but I'd like to see a little bit more risk to reward ratio. See if the EH has moved yet. Just kind of meandering, but we still got some purple here. So that's all we'll do for now. We'll see if something else pops in here. Nothing in the past 10 minutes. All right, questions panel. Don't see anybody asking any questions, but if you do have a question, you know what to do. Hey, Tisco. I'll just call you Tisco. The question is, can the trade wave window be changed to alerts less than 5 minutes? Okay, so if you're referring to this window, there might be new ones coming down the pipe because if I duplicate this guy and we just take a peek in here, when we right click and select strategy down here for the trade wave windows, right? Right now, we've got the daily, the weekly, and the 5 minute. Now, who knows? They might be adding a 3 minute, 2 minute, 1 minute in the future. But as far as the alert windows in Market Explorer, smallest time frame is 5 right now. There's no way to modify that. Having said that, you can still see signals in the chart on the smaller time frames. Only problem is you have to be staring at the chart, waiting for his signal, which is a little uh, well, non-efficient, so to speak, which is the reason, this one's pumping out fresh ones that we can take a look at as soon as they're generated. So hopefully Tisco, um, there'll be some smaller time frames coming down the pipe and inserted into TradeWave. But right now, 5 minute for the alert window is the smallest time frame that we have. And is that one, did we already look at Hum? I think that's a fresh one. Okay. Only problem is 233.15. It's at the top of that candle, right? Feels a little chasey to me. Okay, so the JD position, purple, orange. Was kind of hoping for blue there, right? But having said that, we'll see what happens. Orange is typically just, yeah, not going up, not going down. That's probably because, well, the relative volume is good. Let's see what it's doing on the 5 minute. It's probably very sleepy right now. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's 73% of normal, 100% being normal. So we'll see if the JD wants to get up and boogie. Right now, we're at about 3 cents. No big deal. All right, and it appears we've had another reset. So we've got to start it over again. And I'm going to need one more time. Okay, what else do we have here from the Dawn of the Dead? Let's check out the API because that one definitely looks interesting. Not so good today. All mostly gap and then a little peel off from the top. But huge, huge action in the pre-market today, but almost giving it all back. But once again, fitting the, look at that thing. That's comical, but dead nonetheless. And HKD. So even though these guys showed up today, not really any good setups in the regular session, with the exception of WHLR. And I mean, there was plenty of opportunities, even right here, 30 minutes in, breaking that 838 level. But if we took this trade, it would have been, that's probably about the lowest risk you could have hoped for right there in the WHLR, is if you were watching this one as it cracked these levels here, about 30 minutes in. That's 9 o'clock, 9:03 my time. So 30 minutes in, as it broke this level right here, 853, and you could have easily used, well, let's see here, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yeah, 741, 840. So you still would have had to risk at least a point on that one, since it moves in such large increments. All right, anybody have any charts they need me to take a look at? Just, throw them out there. In the meantime, let's just check in and see. Yeah, China's still strong. Blew right through that level on the weekly, trying to attack this level and hold strong. But notice these little areas right back here. And then if it gets frisky enough, that market keeps going up. Then we're looking at, next stop, probably somewhere in there. So if we can find a home in this new area, but we need to close above on the weekly, then it's got a lot of room here. Blue go no go candles on the daily. Of course, a juicy gap today. And transitioning on the weekly, we were purple. Then we went to the cyan, and in the current week, we're forming blue. So definitely a bullish sign for China. And as fate would have it, my yard people have shown up, so hopefully the leaf blowers you can't really hear, hopefully. Okay, just a little time check. Wow, 45 minutes has evaporated, and we got about 15 more minutes left in the session. You guys are being pretty quiet. That's okay. That means you just get to listen to me ramble on about various topics. And the SPY up a whopping half a tenth of 1%. Not exactly lighting the world on fire. Yeah, we're still down on the bonds. Down 1%, try to regain a little bit of ground. But interesting nonetheless, looking at the TLT here with the go, no go and the trade wave combined, right? This has really become my favorite charting combination of all time. What do we have here? We had purple and light purple for the first half. Then all of a sudden we get a buy signal here on the 3-minute trade wave. Still purple, but sometimes that can be, you know, a tell, right? Okay, it's still purple, but trade wave saying buy it. Then the very next bar becomes light purple. Then the very next 3-minute candle or bar in this case transition to the cyan and then transitions to blue and up, up and away. We had the added benefit of it getting back to VWAP and exceeding it. So a lot of good things going on here. I didn't take this trade, wasn't even aware of it at the time, but looking at it now, what a beautiful setup. From the first buy signal from TradeWave to the transitioning of the go no go candles into a bullish scenario, while at the same time reclaiming VWAP and heading above, and then the EMA cloud like a little feather bed there, just helping propel it along. Notice tops out, and as soon as the bar starts to transition again, that's when we take the pullback. So it would have been a great time to exit the trade here, getting into that cloud and the transitioning bar. Okay, beats and builds. How do I set up multiple Windows setups and go back and forth to them? Well, depending on exactly how you want to do that, beats and builds, um, we could just flop back and forth from, say, a layout, whether it's the standard layout saved to your hard drive or saved in the cloud. But then you have to go and open the layouts, right? So what I mean by that is this is my layout for these sessions, right? It's a doc container. I can pull this around. Everything stays together, right? Or I could go to my TI toolbar and go, you know what? I want to switch. Sorry. I want to switch. Let's click on file. Let's load my default layout. I mean, we could pivot to another layout like that, but that's a little cumbersome. If you want to have multiple layouts open at one time to where you can just drag one over the other, um, and I think that's what you're asking here. What I would do is I would say new, and I would just say a new doc channel bar, right? And let's say, uh, let's pick one at random here, opening range breaks. Okay. So in essence, this is another layout, another channel, whatever you like to call it, but it's in its own container. So, I could quickly, if all of a sudden I'm done with this one, I could just pull this one over and maximize it. So you can have multiple docked containers or multiple docked layouts or channels open, and then you can just quickly drag them around and maximize them, minimize them at your leisure. So number one, let me know if using containers works for you because you can use the predefined channels in a docked container, or you can create your own layout with whatever windows that you want in there. Okay, so you got the FX icon. In addition to your last question of multiple window setups, I've noticed that some setups like Brokerage Plus strategies don't save. Yeah, that's because the Brokerage Plus window is just that one window, right? So however you save it is how it's going to come back up the next time. It's not like you can have different versions of Brokerage Plus in different layouts. I think that's what you're getting at. I might be wrong, but if I'm missing the point there, let me know. And while we're on that topic, let me get my Brokerage Plus back up here. Okay, so I wanted to show that the JD trade, it's not lighting the world on fire, but it is slightly positive now. Huh, could have swore I bought 1,000 shares, but apparently I only bought 22. But doesn't really matter. It was just showing the trade setup and the execution and the risk management. But now we're starting to get the transitionary bars, and maybe, maybe we stay cyan for a good bit longer, but hopefully we get a blue, and then maybe we go visit VWAP here. All right, I guess I answered your question correctly there, Beats and Builds, and you're welcome. Okay, and we have had a couple of signals pop in here. We got Nike with a buy signal here. So we could buy at 84.06. And once these bars are starting to transition, if I wanted to take a pop at this one, paid 84, 84.03 for it, I would probably put my stop here. I mean, that's a very small risk for a large cap stock, risk of about 30 cents or so. Now, I'm going to put this back on 5 because that's what we're looking at here for proper like stuff. Once again, API, buy signal right here. Let's see, the buy signal was 464. It's right there. Not bad, because if we bought at 464, that's about a 30-cent risk right there. Bigger than it looks. And the tiger. So that was, yeah, 786 is right where it is. Flip a coin. I mean, look at the resistance that the VWAP is acting as right now. We got kind of iffy, a little bit too much energy expenditure getting up there, so I would pass on that one. So see, out of all the ones that I've seen coming from here since the session started, only one has really appealed to my risk averse nature, and that is the JD. But you never know what might happen. What else might get triggered here? I save a setup for a strategy and I close down TI and reopening. Oh, you're talking about strategy that you saved in here, correct? Well, whenever I create a strategy in Brokerage Plus, right? If we don't save the layout, then, it's going to go away, right? But what I also do is always say save as default, right? Once I alter or add anything to this strategy complement, right? I'll typically go uh, just not clicking in the strategy tab or in the strategy field, but below, and I say save as default, and then whether it's a cloud-based layout or locally based on the hard drive, then I'll save that layout again. But once you do that, you shouldn't lose any strategies out of here. And if you do go through that process, say you create a new strategy, or let's just do one real quick here. I'm just going to say test. I don't really have to assign an account, but why not? Paper trading. I could go through here and set up a bunch of stuff, but we're not going to do that right now. So I've got test 1, 2, 3. Then it would say save as default. And then since I typically operate out of my default layout, I would come here, save the layout, save it as my default. And, once I shut TI down and come back to it and reopen it, then test 1, 2, 3 should be there. Now, if you go through that process, beats and builds, and it's not saving your strategies, well, hopefully that's not going to happen. But if it does, just pop us an email to info@trade-ideas.com telling us about the issue, and we'll try to iron it out for you. But hopefully, if you go through the process that I just showed you, you shouldn't have any issues.
Well, Jamie, why don't you shut it down and see if it does happen for you? Shut down Trade Ideas and see if it does. I know you're going to lose you'll lose your races. You'll lose your top 10 races and all that. But otherwise, I don't think you're going to lose anything based on your layout.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to save it as a different layout because I don't want to stomp on my default layout.
Okay.
So I tell you what, let me hit save as that. Okay, and the strategy was test 1, 2, 3. So let me find my toolbar here, and I will save it as a different layout. We'll just call it test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, now we're going to crush it.
It's so exciting.
There's so much the suspense.
I know. And the answer is.
Hold on, this is part of my default. It's all out of. It'll look weird because I run a much smaller resolution when I'm not doing the session. Okay. Now I called it test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let everything load up.
I'm pulling for you. Where is that?
And let's see the brokerage plus. Okay, there she is. Let me reconnect. Oof! It's not there.
There you go. I've had that same issue every now and then.
Wait. Did I call it 1, 2? Okay,
No, you called it.
No, it's there.
It's
1,
there. 2, 3. There it is.
I called the layout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I called this 1, 2, 3. So
yes,
bingo, it's there.
It did work.
At first, I was like, no.
Well, the thing is, Jamie, I don't use any of this anymore. I don't use strategies. I try to auto trade anything, and I don't use the buy and sell on the charts.
Right.
So, plus, so you would have to assign that to either your long or your buy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to have it in there to see if it would stick.
Yeah.
But it did. It did stick. So, all right. I'm glad that worked.
Yeah.
So, beats and builds. I think that should do it for you. But like I said, if you have issues after repeating that process, just let us know. But hopefully you will not.
Now, while you were talking, Jamie, I actually this is the first time I've actually used. I mean, I've seen it before, the trade buy wave.
Yeah.
Oh, the trade buy in the 5 minutes, but there's just so much happening for me, and it's hard for me to concentrate and looking at all the things that are coming through. But anyway, while I was on my break, I actually did take the SEMR, and that was at 12. Well, my Eastern time, 12:25. Saw the alert at 14:34. Not bad. I mean, it's I'm out of it now. Got up to 14:60. So I made about I think 18 cents on the trade.
There you go.
And yeah, I mean, not bad.
No, I mean, I'm liking this a lot, and I really love the combination of Trade Wave with the Go No Go.
Now, you know what I did is even though the trade wave is on the 5 minute, I actually put it on. I actually put my charts on a 3 minute,
Right.
clicked on, and
Mhm.
most of the time you'll still seem to get that buy button
Yeah, we
even
were
on a three
noticing
minute.
that. Yeah.
So, and if
Yeah.
you don't get the buy button, who cares? I mean, because it happened. It happened on the five. So,
Yeah, and it's real easy to have a 3 and a 5-minute chart, you know,
yep, yep.
for comparison,
Hmm. Meanwhile, look at our SPY is starting to drop somewhat.
I was just wondering about that.
Now at 1 o'clock, I'm just looking to see if there's anything on my economic calendar at 1 o'clock. No, Barkin no is talking at 12:15. One of the Fed
Yeah, I was just about to
presidents.
ask you about that. I heard you talking about that earlier. So,
Yeah. So, but I'm sure he was done. So I'm sure that's not the reason. 1 o'clock, there's no treasury bills or anything like that, treasury buybacks or bond auctions. 2 o'clock there is, or there's some results from the treasury buyback results. But yeah, no idea. It's just the market.
yeah, I think we're the one. They're like, okay, we offered some bonds for sale, and then we bought them. Just okay, I'm gonna offer some bonds for sale. Okay, I'm gonna buy them. How am I
Yeah.
gonna buy those bonds? Well, I'm just gonna print some fake money and then buy the bonds.
Yeah.
That's really what's happening right now. But as ridiculous as that sounds,
Mhm.
that's what's happening right now. So I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure everything's gonna be fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, what could go wrong, as they say? What could go wrong?
Well,
Anyway,
everybody's like
Jamie.
the bull
Yeah,
market. I mean, the bear market. Hey, whatever, bring it on.
yeah.
Raging bull market, raging bear market.
I don't
As long as
care.
we get some volatility, then I'm fine.
The only reason I don't want to have a raging bear market is that I'm sort of exempt from this, but there's got to be a lot of people with what you
Oh, of course,
for
of course. Yeah.
401ks or
Uh-huh.
so I mean you don't like to see that dropping
No,
dramatically.
no,
That's
no.
all.
Yeah,
But for intraday traders like ourselves, I don't care what direction the market really takes. I really don't.
right.
It is
I'm with
easier
you
to make
on there.
more money on the upside because there's more people in, but really it doesn't matter that much to us, does it?
Not from a trading perspective, but I'm on the same boat. I hate to see, you know,
Yeah.
just think about, like the 2008 debacle, right?
Oh my
People that
gosh.
were just getting ready to retire,
Yeah.
and then you have that. So
Well,
it can be crazy.
you sort of know I know you've met my wife and she's an architect and
Mhm.
in 2000, so she works in an office with other architects and engineers and you exactly what you said. Some of these people were planning to retire in 3 or 4 months and all of a sudden that hit and they had like their portfolios like a third drop and they had built up some pretty decent equity stock purchase
Sure.
program
Yeah.
with the company and all of us and that's what they're banking on to retire and all
Hmm.
of a sudden a third is just dissolved. So a lot of these people had to keep working for 5 or 6 years to try to
Yeah.
build it back.
I know a
And
couple of individuals here where I live that happened to.
yeah,
Yeah.
so anyway, okay, my friend, thank you so much again, and hopefully we'll talk next week.
You're very welcome, Barry. And yep, we will see you on the flip side.
On the flip side, okay, I'll just grab the screen. Here we go.
You're good to go.
Okay, get my music rocking. What am I listening to now? I don't
Get that
know.
Metallica pumping. All right, Barry. Ciao for now.
Both rooms.
Bye,
Yeah.
everybody.
Okay, guys, back in both rooms. So I said to Jamie, it wasn't a massive trade, but I actually took this one, SEMR. I was talking about, the trade wave buy 5 minutes. The SEMR, it alerted right there, okay, right there at 14:30. Well, actually, I'm on a 3 minute chart. So that's interesting. If I go to the 5 minute chart, oops. Well, for some reason I can't bring it up on the 5 minute chart, but the alert was at 14:34. Now I ended up taking this at about 14:40, okay, and it moved up to 14:60. I mean, nothing fabulous. I got out. I made about 15 cents on the trade. Nothing fabulous, but it is interesting that if you go to a 3 minute chart, on this. Now, you're not going to get the alert, okay? You're not going to get the alert, if you know what I mean, because this is not based on a 3-minute chart. But look where the buy candle was, a lot early, quite a bit earlier, 14.19. So this is something I'm going to try to pass on to Michael, because I know the question in our YouTube room was, can we do different time frames? Well, right now we can't. He has to build them, and it's a lot of server power, okay, to have the different time frames. But now this is one off. I mean, are they all going to be like this? Let's take a look at Tiger as an example. Yeah, I mean, a little bit early. Yeah, about the same. Anyway, I haven't really had a chance to, really, really look at it that much, because I've got so much else going on. Man, that Novavax, I wish I'd held it. I just didn't do it. Novavax has been, look at this. I mean, it won 10 races. Novavax, I had this one early and I got out of it, but Novavax won 10 races in the large cap gainers from the Open. I talked about this, but I did get out of it in this area. I think the reason I did is that the market was kind of moving against me, and I was a little bit nervous that this would be, a little bit affected by the overall market, because I didn't see any specific news other than, well, I mean, Jefferies. Maybe I should have held on. Jefferies put a $31 price target on it. So they're maintaining, that's not initiated, but they're maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 31. It's obviously helped the stock today. Now, is it ever going to get to 31? I don't know, but now when you look at WHLR, look at the volume is on a 15-minute chart. You can just see how the volume is just petered right out, okay? And that's why you can, usually when that happens, of course, the enthusiasm is dried up, the stock will start to move down. But if we get a big giant bar coming in, believe it or not, I mean, this could pop the stock again. Now, if that, I don't know if it's going to happen, but see, you look at HKD, look at the volume is in pretty, pretty good. I haven't seen anything like completely drying up. Here's DAO. A little bit of volume coming in now to DAO. This is from my momentum scan of the China stock, of course. How's KWEB doing now? Is it still drifting down? And the answer is, so it's not as bad as Monday. I mean, Monday it was a base, kept drifting down, 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 and basically closed at Friday's low or Friday's close. Okay. So there was really no, but this is trying to hold a little bit better. Well, okay, really? Okay. I hope that's okay, guys. I have to ask, not in YouTube. I'm sure in YouTube you guys can hear me, but what about in the main room? Can you guys hear me? Okay, so do a refresh. So some are saying they can't. So do refresh, because the icons are still live. My mic icon and the screen sharing icon shows that I am live and screen sharing. So Hmm. Well, I'll tell you what I'll try to do. Draw can't hear me. Yeah, YouTube's fine. I know YouTube is fine. It's usually YouTube. We never, not never, but rarely do we have a problem. Let me do a. No, you're going to lose my audio in the main room for about 10 seconds. Okay, so for those who have not, who can you hear me now? Draw. Maybe you can't see the screen. I'll do the screen sharing again, but can you hear me? Those who couldn't hear me before, can you hear me? Because I did with. Yeah, but you could hear me before. I'm talking only to those who can. Oh no. So now I see you speak, but I don't hear. Now, he had problems earlier this week. The reason we had the problems on Monday, the developer got back to us and said, had some issues with the hurricane and all. Hmm. I'm going to stop the screen sharing, guys. I'm going to start it again. This is in our main room, okay? Not YouTube. YouTube, you guys should be fine. So let's see. I just started screen sharing again. Okay, so for draw, it's working okay. William, you can probably you can't hear me maybe, but you can see what draw is posting. Okay. All right. All right. So I just posted something. People can't hear me, but yeah. Don't know why that happens, guys. I think we're getting closer to getting the new room up and running. The new room just being an upgrade to the current room, okay? Not a who. And for you guys, it won't mean anything in terms of how to get in and all. You'll be done the same way. Hurry up. Well, it's all about. I mean, it's probably a lame excuse, but we've had all these issues with our this new billing system that we switched to, and they have been swamped. The developers have been swamped. It's a fairly quick thing to do, I think, in order to get to the new room, but they've just been swamped. So talking with Scott yesterday, who's kind of in charge of it all, he says that it's in the queue to do it, but this whole billing issue certainly is takes precedence. It takes precedent. Wait a moment, guys. I agree. I agree, William. I don't know why but you know what? They've been reluctant to do anything unless, until they get all this billing. You have no idea how many emails we get and the internal stuff that it's amazing. You switch to an accounting program, another accounting program, and anyway, I have no control. Oh yeah, it's because we want people to go to our homepage and still access from there. That's the reason. Otherwise, I could give you that link before. The link is fine. The link works. I mean, but that's not the issue. They want people to go to our homepage. And then with marketing, I mean, obviously that's the reason. So that's that's why it's a free room though. Sparrow Open IPO. Okay. The other China IPO is on obviously nothing. I haven't seen it. Okay. Valued IPO was priced at $24 a share. So far, this is an enthusiastic IPO. Has a lot of shares, 60 million, $24, raising a lot of money, but certainly enthusiasm in this one because it's above the IPO price of 24 by quite a bit. Okay, Roman. Well, it didn't hit your stop, I guess, the SMR. This one's got some room on a weekly chart anyway. This ALHC, it is not China. Alignment Healthcare. Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news on it, but this has, been a pretty, well, since about noon, it's been on a steady run up since noon. There's a late bloomer today, guys. I haven't seen this one. The reason why the volume is still pretty low. TNFA though, TNFA. And let's see where it could go. Well, the high last week was 174, so it's almost right there. There's another high of 168. There's a high right there, 181. So it doesn't interest me at all. I'm just looking here. I just see it could. I see DSY just got halted on the way down. Well, it's at the VWAP, isn't it? 1454 WHLR at the VWAP. area. And you're right, it popped through it, but it has come back down into it. Will that hold it? Will that hold it? All right, guys, one last look at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Wonder why this is happening. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You will see this. And here's how you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you take out a subscription, please use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. Okay. It's that simple. The room gets credit. Company likes to see that. Therefore, they keep the room free. That simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, two key ingredients to trade ideas. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A whole series of free videos for you if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. We've got a great user guide. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The Hulse resumes here. Relative strength leaders here. Upside movers versus downside movers here. Now on my other monitor, I've got a momentum. My momentum scan is here. And I also today I decided to put the large cap gainers from the open also up. So these two races, okay, I don't have this one up, the large cap losers, but okay, so you now I have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. And again, I have other scans that I am sharing. Don't make a giant layout with all the scans, though. You'll have way too much going on. Okay, way too much. Ah, I see. Okay, thank you, William, on the Saro IPO information. Well, China, DSY, Big Tree Cloud Holdings is moving down now, 22% down. This was a huge one a few weeks. Well, it sure beats my research, which is none. I kid William. I mean, he does a great job. You're right. Yeah, I mean, it looked like the VWAP held. WHLR. I mean, this could do it again, guys. The volume is starting to pick up a little bit. You can see a little bit of the volume bar right there. Still has 6 minutes to close, or 5.5 minutes to close that bar right there. But you can see that it's, the volume is starting to come back a little bit for the WHLR. Love to see it on the 3, but you can see they had a volume spike right there on the 3-minute chart. I'll tell you what would be wild if it took out the high of the day. If it takes out the high of the day, I know it sounds crazy, but it could rip more. I mean, the next high is 2053. 2050. And then look at this. Kersplat. So yeah, I mean, this would really have to take out the high of the day in a big way. I know you'd be giving up a lot, but this is really a challenge now. It's been a challenge all day, but more of a challenge now, in my opinion. This VCAP has been pushing up against that 200-day moving average for a bit. VCAB, the 200-day is 218. So it's right now, it's stuck between the VWAP at 2 and the 200-day moving average at 218. It's stuck in between. If it can pop through that, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, yesterday's high was 240. All right, guys. So I have about an hour left, probably taking off at around 2:30. And William says he's going to keep the room open till 4. Again, I'll always say past 2:30 if there are some questions. No questions, I take off. Well, this ARQT, guys, I mean, it's got some, if it can, you can see last week's high was 1025. Takes that out, and then the next high is 1118. So I mean, it got up there, I think, this morning, or just well, not quite. Very, very close to taking the high of last week out. Okay, sorry guys. PDSB now just over the whole number through the 200-day, barely 394, the 200-day moving average. Look left. What do we see? We see $4 is there. So look left, 432. So I mean, there's a bit of room, from 4 to 432. I mean, if it moved 20 cents, that wouldn't be bad. But a 5% move. Probably a low float, not crazy low, 35 million. And Wainwright putting maintaining a $21 share price by Wainwright. No idea. KV Ray, no idea. You'd have to. I've not looked at that. Maybe somebody has. I have no idea. So the question is, how's the market in October and November during an election year? Bullish or bearish? I have no idea. I'm sure somebody probably has some stats on that. Maybe go back, I don't know, 5 or 6 elections and see what seemed to happen in October, November. But remember, September is the worst performing month in the year historically. Not this September, so I don't know. Was that Baba? Was that actually an IPO, or was it some kind of a SPAC, or based on the 10? Was it a legitimate IPO or a SPAC? DXYZ. Guys, this one's got a little bit of room here. ENVX. There's, I mean, the 200-day moving average is at 1062. That's certainly far enough away. Yeah. So ENVX. Let's keep an eye on this one. Holding 10. Trying to hold 10 anyway. Been a steady mover all the way this morning. This was the last one I put on my watch list. Well, the one that I pasted into the room. ENVX. Announced the beginning. That's right. This was the news I had. Some battery cell shipment to customers from Malaysia. That is very poorly worded. I think. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not. I'm wrong. Okay, so these are Malaysian customers that it's that they're obviously selling to. Customers are eating out more, but ordering smaller sizes. Okay, that's what that was the deal with Lamb Weston LW. That's why it, didn't look good in the pre-market at all. Earnings play, but it has had a nice rebound. Just because it's at $10, Baba, it leads me to believe it was a SPAC at 10 for the DXYZ. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. And there's your answer. So I guess it was an IPO. Thank you, Draw, for that, for regarding DXYZ. Well, guys, I'm not in a big rush to do anything, to be honest. I mean, I got very lucky on 3 trades of the WHLR, so kind of done. If I weren't in the room right now, if I didn't have to be in the room right now, I wouldn't. Okay, in fact, just give me a moment. Give me one moment. Okay, the ENVX looks interesting though to me. Okay, the ENVX. I remember Wolf was down yesterday. Wolf, I think, was down yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, it moved down. Petco Health. There's Wolf down here. Clove, cannabis play. Not a cannabis play. Sorry, I keep thinking this is a cannabis play, but it is not. All right. Well, ENVX is working, a little bit, just a little bit. I've seen this PLL all day. I want to check this out. PLL, not China. For some reason, I thought it was China. Yeah, look at that. It's just a nice, nice, nice move. Lithium play. Okay, well, the ARQT now is at a level that might start to get it to move because that's the high right there, and that high is okay, 1031. So it's got to get over 1031. It's at 1026 right now. So I put an alert at 1032. I put the alert just underneath that high because I wanted to see if it was getting close. Now it's getting close. And it takes that out on, decent volume. But look at the volume. Can't even see it. You can already see the volume. Well, I didn't take it, but this moved kind of nicely. We were looking at this at the 70 level. ALH did not take it. ALHC. I ended up taking the ENVX, but did not take this one. So this has moved about 70 cents, 20 cents since we first saw it. Still has room. 11.91, a dollar. And again, this is showing up along with the ENVX. This is showing up on the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, so these are not going to be, you're not going to see massive percentage moves typically. This is kind of the type of move you get, or you can get, just something you're not going to get, usually, you're not going to get giant bars. All right, guys. Well, listen, if I don't get any questions right now, I'll probably just put myself on mute. I'll come back on if I have something to say in terms of, potential looking at something, and I'll get back on the mic if there's a question, but I think I'll just put myself on mute. Like if you have a question, don't be shy. Ooh, okay. ENVX move for me. A little more. So, I don't know if that's a serious question, Bezavi, or not. Well, then I cannot answer it. Wow, you're right, William. So 20 points, no kidding. Humana. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself now. I mean, I don't know how to answer that question really. I mean, perhaps William is suggesting a reason, but okay. So, and again, Baba, I'm not a swing trader. So you're talking about long term, right? Summit and TIL. TIL, I can't even see anything about it. I mean, 61,000 shares right now. I do remember this one. I remember 3 weeks ago, I had the big week and it popped up. Yeah, yeah, I do remember this one now. Okay, well, there's Till, and Summit had the big news also with huge price targets put on it. Or was it Till that had the big, was it Till that had the big price target put on it? Well, I mean, they're both in downtrends on the weekly, right? They're both in downtrends. Summit's on a downtrend on the daily and on the weekly, but at least it's, it's trades somewhat. It's a bigger float probably. And this is not quite a downtrend. Again, it's sort of basing a bit, and now the float. So, there's a huge difference. I mean, only 3 million in the float. So obviously a heck of a lot more risky, but it could do something crazy, yes, but it's a lot more risky in my opinion because a $60 stock with 3 million in the float, where are you going to put your stop? Because it could have some wild swings. But right now, I mean, it's not trading. 62,000 represents 1.2 times normal. So you can see that it's not really trading, though it is skewed somewhat because of the big week it had. It's looking at this week, but it's just not really trading that much. I mean, neither of them, for me, if I had to, neither of them really appeal to me. They're both bios. Anything can happen. At least this one, it's got some volume in it. This one meaning SMMT. Yeah, I mean, I know that Till went crazy, and so did the Summit. I th- wasn't the some didn't somebody put like an $80 price target on them? Well, this one is giving me a lot more than I thought, guys. ENVX for a late trade. And we still have some room. I think that's 11 something, isn't it? Yeah, 1074, 1074. So 50 cents away from that high right there. So I'm going to attempt to keep in this trade a little bit longer. The float is, it's a big float, 149 million. So I don't anticipate that it's going to be too wild, but I mean, it's a great move. That is a great, great move. That's why I'm saying, these large cap gainers when they open, they may not have, when you're seeing them in a race, you may not see, anything actually even over 1%. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be looking at them though. 1%, in terms of winning a race. As I said earlier, if I were starting out trading, I would probably look at a race like this as opposed to this one that is a lot more exciting, but a lot more volatile. I mean, I'll take a trade like this all day long. Okay, guys. Having said that, I just took some off now. ENVX, I just took some off because what did I say? Well, a couple of things. I mean, you can see the 200-day moving average is right up here at 261. So it's getting closer. And that high right there at 1040. So, in fact, I didn't see that. I was looking at a weekly high. So I'm glad I'm looking at this now. That could stall it right there at 1040, could stall it right there. I got up to 1041. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself again. Okay, so Shaw, are you talking about you're talking about this, the cloud on the 5 minute? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking to YouTube or YouTube, Shaw in YouTube? Hmm. So AJ Burke, can you set up a window or an alert system? This is on our YouTube room to track all trade wave reports, buys and sells from either a stock list or from a price alert window. Hmm. Well, you do know that we've got an alert. We do have an alert set up now. Is that what you mean? So I'm talking to AJ Burke. Is that what you mean? Are you aware that we have this? The trade wave buy 5 minutes. Are you aware that we have this? Okay, so from the so you're not aware we have this. Okay, so first of all, we have this. Okay, this is a scan. It's based on a 5 minute chart. Number one. Now, so let me show you where you can find this first of all. Okay, so if you click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer. Okay, Market Explorer. This box will pop up. Right click on the box, hover over straight, select strategy. Another box will pop up. Move all the way down to Trade Wave. Another box will pop up, and here it is. Okay. So before I move on, I want to make sure you got that, understood how to do it, and you've been able to bring up the box. Now you can also do it on a daily or a weekly, but I'm an intraday trader, so okay. So you've got it. So that's number one. So there is a And you can't make any adjustments to it. Okay, this is just something. It's a canned one. Michael Noss created it. We're figuring out what maybe some filters to add and things like that. But so this is sort of in its infancy. I think, in fact, I think it was only released. I want to say last Thursday, maybe. So that's number one. Now, if you're talking about from stocks that you're following, so in other words, if you click on FAAS as an example, or you've got some thumbnail charts, so I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean now. I mean, obviously, if you wanted to, if you saw this early, this little buy, then you could just heart it, and that'll get it into what we call your favorites list. That's a quick way of doing it, and so you can keep track of stocks that have had a buy or a sell if you want. I'm not sure how much that's going to help you, but now, you might be also talking about this trade report, right? Now, I don't know when it starts. Let me go, something that probably was a little more active. I think it's only, oh, I see. That's on the short side. Okay, let me go to the long side. So this one only had two long. And this is telling you what happened, because it gets stopped out. I think, I'm not sure where the stop is on these exit price. So 1473 was the entry. The exit was 14. It's possible it's the low of the candle that we had the alert on. This one is still active, I guess, 1442. And it has not been, there's no exit, there's no profit yet. But you'd have to go through, the individual, but you can at least do that if for the stocks that you follow, you can at least see whether or not there were any or buy or sell. Okay. If does that help? I forgot how to get rid of it. So trade wave report. So you just got to click on the trade wave report again. And so it's a toggle on and off. So that might help you. And then you can take those stocks. Let me just see if they're clickable. Oh, well, you're in the, let me just see. I mean, I've really not tried to do that. Guys, this ENVX is awesome. What can I say? It's awesome. I mean, it's exceeded. Now look at this. I mean, it's right into that 200-day moving average. I mean, I have to think it's going to stop right there. Maybe, possibly. Or is that 200 days, 1062? Okay, well, I'm out of everything now, okay, because I have this feeling it's, that's going to stall it at least for a bit. Now, Shaw, if you were in this one and you're using this, now this is on a 3-minute chart. Let me bring up a 5-minute. So you would probably, are you saying that for you, you would not get out of this trade unless it broke down? Problem with that is look how much you're giving away. I mean, you're almost, for it to break down underneath that cloud, that's 1033. I mean, I'm in it, 1015 ish. So it's nice to see it riding up this cloud. Now, I just as I spoke, you can see how the cloud got extended. So now you're stopped. If you were looking at it touching this, I may be completely wrong. I mean, this might just burst right through that 200-day, but that's okay. I mean, I took this trade just, I don't know, almost out of boredom. I know I always say this, don't trade out of boredom, but I like what I saw. So the 13 sorry, so Shaw, the 13 is on top, right? And there's the 5 on the bottom. Is that how that works? I mean, I probably should know, but I'm just looking at the cloud here. So the upper end is the 13 and the lower end is the 5. Oh, the 13 EMA. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, this was another nice one, guys. The ALA, I mean, this is another beauty. I mean, it's almost arguably it's as good as if not better than the ENVX. I'm not in this, okay? But the reason I say that is that look at all the room this has still. The other one did not have as much room. This has, I mean, to 1189. Not saying it's going to get there, but he also didn't have the 200-day on top of it. And again, where did I see it? Right here. And the Novavax was awesome also. Look at this on the 15. Hardly any pullback whatsoever. Took this one early, but left it early also. Look at the SPY, guys. Look like maybe a little downturn in the SPY, but nope. Not yet anyway. take a look at this ARQT. The 15s, I mean, blue, 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 all the way up. But a little more, a little more choppy though. Hmm. All right, guys, I'll mute myself again. Again, if you have questions, just again, don't be shy. I'm going to pop in here again, guys. So I haven't talked as much about the go no go. I mean, believe me, I'm following it. My idea is that you get the buy and the go no go working in tandem. Like if you were listening to Jamie, he is he's saying that is really what he's looking for. So here's the little buy button. Okay, buy. But here's that great pattern where you go from orange to cyan to blue. So in other words, between the orange and the blue, there's either no bar or just one. And this one has some room, still has room. I mean, look at that. 1717 is the next high looking left on the, I think so anyway. 1716 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. That high right there, it's almost at 1650. So actually 1650. So you can see what it's doing. It's trying to get through that 1650. I agree, Shah. And I'm going to resurrect the gap continuation or reversal scan for earnings season. I have to figure out if I'm going to get rid of a scan, something I've got up and running. I'm running very lean right now, though. Very, very lean. Just out of curiosity, I'll bring up that scan just to see what it looks like right now. I know I made a change to it. I don't know if I made a change in the cloud, what I'm sharing. So you know what? Give me a moment here. Yeah, so I made a change to this, okay? Because in order for this to have triggered for what you guys have, it would have to either break the high of the day or the low of the day. And that was sort of giving up too much, I found. And what this is doing, there are 4 scans in here, okay? So 4 scans. Sorry, 2 scans. Gap up and reverse 5 minutes, gap down and reverse 5 minutes. Wonder why I don't have the other. I think all I was trying to do here was to find tops or bottoms, not continuations. I think that's what I did here. Yeah. So the difference between what I've got in my on my homepage in the scan section is that you would not see par as an example, with all the filters being met until it took out the low of the day. And the low of the day right there is at 1779. Now that's not too bad. We get an alert at 1782 because now this is a 5-minute low. Okay, a 5-minute low. So consequently, you could have a stock that's moving higher, moved up a little bit, still negative for the day, and then starting to drop. So instead of having to wait for it to take out the actual low of the day, which is how the scan was originally constructed, you can get an alert if it's making a 5-minute low, and it could be starting on the way down. Probably confusing, but when we get into earnings season, I'll probably have this up and running. Wow, this was a big miss by me by not holding some. All right, guys, 2:10. I'll put myself back on mute. I'll get back on if there's a question. So why I did this, guys, is that there's a new build now for me. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a new build, and I'm always supposed to get on the new build so I can test it. So now I'm on. What am I on now? So I think you guys have access to 5.6.101. I'm on this 102. This is a new build, development build as it's called. So I will test it. This WHLR, it may not be over. It may not be over. It's still hanging over the VWAP. Okay. Remember now, it got up to 1559 and it pulled all the way back down to 1335, but it is still hanging over the VWAP, 1453, or it's right at the VWAP. So, Sai, did you ask that question before? Somebody else had an E-Trade problem, okay? Trying to connect. Was that you or That was somebody else, I think, in the main room asked that question, or are you somebody new asking that question? I will not be able to help. I've seen some tickets come in. The best I can do for you, because I certainly I don't have E Trade. Okay, oh, so that was not you. I don't have E Trade, so I can't. But what you can do, if you haven't already, okay, is click on my homepage link, and it might be something to do with it. Yeah, the API now. E-Trade, as William says, can change it just like that. The API, they haven't been that fun to work with. So if you click on my homepage link, but okay, try that again. Don't tell me in this new build. Well, oh, this is the TI build. Hmm. Sorry, I'm looking for the I'm looking for the help that usually pops up. No, I just changed my build, but that shouldn't affect this. It should not affect the homepage. Just give me a moment, okay, Sai? Hmm. Used to be on my homepage. Okay, well, if you click on this link, yeah. So Pepe is saying the same thing. There's not a lot we can do right now. E-Trade changed something on their end. So I mean, you can try. I put in the TI homepage that has what I was looking for. Need help? Okay, it used to be on my homepage, but okay. Need help? But that disappeared. Yeah, that's weird. Meanwhile, guys, Joby, yeah, Joby is a high of the day. Well, if you're quick, you click on the need help, okay? I don't think that button is working now. Oops, wait a minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had my voice on mute. Sorry about that. So, Sai, I can't give you for some reason the help button doesn't seems to be disappearing. And as far as the back testing new highs on 2 times relative volume, that should not be an issue. I don't back test at all, but that should not be an issue. Maybe go to info at trade-ideas.com, okay, and ask that question. But let me do something, okay, just for fun. I'll back test this one. I've got three. Okay. Current volume is three. It shouldn't matter whether it's two or three. Okay. I'll back test this one just to see when you say you cannot run the back testing. So this is new highs. This is current volume of three. But you know what? I'll make it two. So I'm going to duplicate my window. And again, I don't back test at all, but I will. I'll make the change here. I'll make it two. Keep all the other ones in there. Okay. Now I'm going to back test. And I'll just start it at 10 o'clock. Simulate a buy. Well, that was quick for me. What's happening for you, Sai? Well, now, is it possible nothing is meeting your requirements? Why don't you tell me what you're trying to back test or what else you're like, what are your other requirements? Okay. So I'll try to duplicate what you've got. Unfortunately, you cannot post your strategy or your scan in YouTube. So what else do you have? And let me change it to whatever you've got because I've got the relative volume of two now. What else do you have? Or you could come into the main room and then you could just post, you could just give me your link. If you wanted to do that, then you can come into the main room and then you can give me the link. Probably it might be easier. Okay. If you click on my homepage link at the top, you'll see trading room. Okay. And that'll get you into the main room. And then you can post the link. You can actually give me the cloud link and then I can take a look at it. So just click on trade, go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, click on trading room, and then you'll be in the main room. I call it the main room because there's just more action in it. Okay. If you do that, that'll probably help me a lot more. Unless your filters that you're using are very few and I can just recreate it. But you did see that I was able to do a back test really quickly. Even selling, which is not designed for it, but maybe that would be better. So it should have nothing to do with the relative volume that you've got. So, Sai, are you going to come into the main room so I can actually run your strategy, back test it to see whether or not I have the same issue? Yeah, it looks like Joby is going to run a little bit now. I mean, it's obviously running a little bit now. The next high looking left is 653. Oh, that's a good question. Are you a premium subscriber, Sai? Have you ever run it before? Because that's a premium service. I don't know what happens if you're a standard subscriber and you try to. Okay, so that's not the issue. Well, okay, you're having a problem for whatever reason getting into the main room. Just give me the filters that you're using. Okay, but it shouldn't matter. It should make no difference. Obviously, new high of the day is your trigger. I mean, you might have a price range. There's the current volume is at least two. It shouldn't make any difference unless you've got some filter in there that there's literally no matches. That's all I can think of. Yeah, but I'm talking about back. You're saying you cannot back test a strategy. That's got nothing to do with Brokers Plus. Okay, okay, I see what you mean. Well, okay, I'll try that. But having an error back testing. But I'll try to take any strategy out of Brokers Plus. I'm not sure how to test though a strategy like that. I don't know what you mean by taking a strategy in here and then trying to back test it because I don't know. I mean, these are just. I mean, I have to take a look at see what. In a moment. This is probably something I just won't be able to help you with. So you're not talking about taking like a strategy that I've got, your own built strategy. You're literally talking about something that's in here and you're trying to back test it. Well, when you say bullish, I mean, you're talking about a long strategy. These are the built-in ones. I don't even, but you're gonna have to help me, Pepe. How do we? I don't have no idea. Because this is not telling me anything. Well, okay. First of all, let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this, Si. Are you talk? You're not talking then about building your own alert, your own scan, and then backtesting it. You're not talking about that because we've already demonstrated that that's not an issue. Okay. But if I hit configure, hmm. But that's mine. That's my strategy, of course. You're talking about these are your built-in strategies that are obviously default strategies, which I don't use at all. Okay. I'll just flat out say I don't use these at all. I know how to put my own strategy in here if I wanted to, but load from the cloud and just pick the strategy that I want in here. But Pepe, you have any idea what he's talking about? To back test a strategy like this? How would I even do it? I don't see what it's using. So, listen, Si, if I can't help you, again, I think Chris has got a lot more experience with this sort of stuff than I do. So, if you just send something to trade info at trade-ideas.com, Chris might be able to help you. I just don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know how I backtest this. Okay, let me. So Pepe is telling me I will go to. Okay, let me just try that. But some are grayed out. So did XIN halt? Just a minute. I'll take a look if XIN halted. And the answer is no. XIN is not halted. Not moving too much, but it's not halted. No, just a minute, Si. Just a minute. Okay, Pepe. I'll try one more time. Ah, there you go. Go to alert window. Okay. Looks like all the built-in strategies I've got do not have anything. There's no alert triggered to the assigned strategy. Okay. So consequently, you cannot bring the strategy up to backtest it. I'm just going through these. These are the ones that I have in default. And hopefully you can see this. This is grayed out. Go to alert window. Now, if I brought in mine, yeah. So see, I just brought in mine. Okay, this Momo up. I just brought in my strategy called Momo up, and when I right click on it, I can go to the alert window, and then I can actually see. Yeah, then the alert window pops up, and then I can actually see what it's looking for. Okay, so that I think, as Pepe is saying, these built-in strategies do not have what we would call a trigger. If that makes sense. Consequently, so you could go to the edit. Yeah, there's no trigger assigned, so it cannot be back tested. Yeah. So if you edit the strategy, how do you even do that? Select an alert. I don't think it, but that's not the idea of it. Okay. The idea is it's sort of a predefined, take 100 shares. You're using the buy and sell button. Yeah, I just did that. So that's the reason. Okay. Every one of those built-in strategies, as is, does not have a trigger. So you would have to, as Pepe is saying, you right click, edit the trading strategy, and then click the configure, and then select alerts. And now you can select, well, you can search on whatever alert you want. Okay, then you'd have to check that. And then that gets assigned to the strategy. Then you can backtest it. Very convoluted. I don't use this at all. So, but did that make sense? Thank you, Pepe, as always. These aren't really what I call strategies or scans. Okay, they're not scans. They're just taking, $100 risk at the market. You buy the stock. You risk $100, and your stop is at the low. Exactly. You're better off creating your own strategy from scratch. It's not really a scan here. Okay, Sai, does that all kind of make sense? Because when you create your own strategy, then I've got, but you wouldn't have to go through this. You wouldn't have to put your strategy inside Brokerage Plus. You just back test it outside to see whether you like it or not. Yeah, predefined order templates. Exactly. They're order templates. They're not really strategies. Even if it does say strategies. Okay. Okay, guys. So I don't see, that's about all we can do for you, Sai. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in the YouTube room, for those of you who still want to talk about trading and stuff, there's the link to get into the main room. I don't know why you said that you got some kind of a media error, but hopefully those of you who are left in YouTube that want to come over, you click on my homepage link and click on the trading room, and hopefully that'll get you into the main room. Okay. So, guys, I will get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening. I'm going to mute myself now in the main room, and I have to shut down our YouTube room.